dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open to a new tomorrow, moving with the motion,
fighting to protect your soul.
NACL Open qualifiers. My name's Tokibi, and I'm joined here by Mr. Honk. And how are you doing today, Mr. Honk?
I'm doing well, Toki. How are you?
I'm doing great, and I'm really looking forward to this set of games. It's going to be UCI versus Zero Animosity. Now, UCI is a team that I'm very familiar with, but Zero Animosity, I don't really know too many of these players super well, but most of them have been Challenger already. I believe Ken's the only one that isn't currently Challenger, so should be a pretty strong game.
Yeah, I'm excited for today's series. Hopefully, it's close and not a complete major blowout because that's never an exciting thing to watch.
Yeah, I mean, those kinds of games are definitely not what bring the greatest entertainment, but I mean, both these two teams should be pretty strong. Zero Animosity is the 7th seed going into this. UCI is the 10th seed. So in terms of their solo queue rank, which is how seeding has been done this time around, they should be pretty close. So mechanical skills should be pretty even between these two teams. And this is the upper bracket. So we're already in the top 16 of the upper bracket here. Both of these teams have won at least 2 series. So I mean, they're already playing well together. They're already showing they can win these games, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they'll be able to bring out today.
Definitely. Sorry, I'm trying not to cough. Definitely exciting to see. Hopefully, I'm not too familiar with a lot of these players as I just got pulled in, but I'm hoping to see a lot more and maybe some spicy picks. A lot of this lower level, almost semi-pro style play, everybody starts pulling out their own unique picks on what they think is best in these for them, rather than what's the best right down this meta. And sometimes it just catches people off. And we've seen it even go up to like the pro play where we're at Worlds last year. We saw that new jungle. So maybe we'll see something that isn't normally played in like mid or bot that gets picked up by one of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely start seeing that. I mean, Xiao Danny, this is a player I know quite well. Back when I ran General Hearts Gaming, this was the mid laner I selected for my last split as General Hearts Gaming, actually. And pulled out a lot of those big picks. He plays the LeBlanc, plays the Ari, Azir, just a lot of those big mage picks. Now, Xiao Danny in general is a bit more of a passive player in terms of the macro, but once the micro gets going, he's ready to go in. He's ready to get the fights going and just absolutely start shredding people. So that's going to be a lot of fun to watch there as well. And then obviously the bot lane, that is going to be Gorica, and I believe it's Cerulean. So their in-game name is going to be UCI Chick-fil-A, but that is Cerulean. And I mean, this is a bot lane I've been seeing for a long time. They have played together for an incredibly long time, and they have the synergy, they have the ability. And I mean, Gorica is just kind of terrifying to play into, even on a regular day. But with this being UCI, with this being a school that's kind of well known for bringing out those strong players and creating those strong teams, it's going to be really interesting to see just how much power they're going to be able to bring together and how well they're going to be able to synergize against a team like Zero Animosity.
Most definitely. I am just kind of because I'm starting to get familiar. I do see a lot of different play styles for these teams, especially out of the side of UCI. Um, Pest is one of those players that doesn't traditionally play tanks as it's been looking like, and has been playing these AP mages up in that top lane for the team instead.
Yeah, I mean, having an AP mage over in the top lane can definitely give a lot of pressure. It does make it a bit more difficult to play once you get into that mid game, once you get into that late game. Just because you kind of do want some kind of bruiser or just any kind of frontliner, really. Full tank bruiser doesn't even matter. You just want someone to be there to kind of block the skill shots a little bit, kind of use the HP bar to put off pressure over towards the enemy team and just kind of force them off objectives, force them off towers. But when you have mages, you do have a lot more ability to kind of have those big pickoffs, to kind of have those big bursts of damage coming in. And I'm guessing that's where Strumpus is really going to be coming in, and that's where a lot of that strength will be coming through from. And again, like I said, because this UCI, this is not just a pickup team for OQs. I mean, for anyone that doesn't know too much about OQs, a lot of these teams are only formed maybe a month or two before the series. Some of them are even formed the week of registration deadline. And so Synergy hasn't been built yet. So a lot of those more difficult styles to play don't typically come out, or if they do, they don't perform quite as well. But UCI, they play collegiate together. They played extremely well in the last NECCs. So I expect that the synergy is going to be there. They're used to playing with these majors. They know how to play around it. And I assume Cerulean, I believe Cerulean primarily plays tanks. So that's going to kind of fill in that frontline role for UCI. And that's where they're going to be able to bring in that engaged potential and just that overall pressure.
Yeah. And I do show that there is a lot of like prowess in Gorka in that bot lane. So having somebody like you, Chick-fil-A down there to set them up will be massive here.
Oh, and it looks like we are heading into the draft here. So this is going to be on that new patch. So AP items haven't changed. There is a little bit more of that. The Senna and the Smolder got buffed as well. Now, I haven't seen too much Smolder being played up in the Challenger scene, at least not in solo queue, but Senna is definitely meta right now. I've seen a lot, even over Twitter. Reptile's been rocking it a lot. I've been watching Sushi play it on his stream. He's been loving the Senna this season so far, or this patch, I should say. So going to be interesting to see if they're going to be pulling out something like that, or if they're going to go on more of a traditional AD carry that has been more practiced in the last little while. But the bans are already starting to come through. And speaking of which, the Talia, that's also a big Xiao Danny pick, one of his favorite champions. So that's definitely going to be a little bit of a targeted ban. And especially with Talia just being as powerful as she is right now, not surprising to see that removed.
Definitely, and it does look like both teams are kind of not wanting to have any bit of go ahead. UCI banning that Kled and the Galio to kind of prevent any sort of dive might show that they want to go something like this with the Varus, which I'm guessing is going to be more of a poke, because I believe that is currently the stronger matchup right now for Varus, is that poke style. But we're going to see the Sivir for the counter pick into the Varus for the side of Zero and Animosity.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir is definitely a strong counter to the poke virus, but right now, especially with there also being the Xin Zhao, it might not be the best to go poke. And the on hit is pretty strong as well right now. And I mean, Varus is definitely a big pick for Gorica. I think this is one of his favorite champions. I see it played basically every single season, even when it's not meta, like it is right now. And they're going to be pairing it over with the... Oh, actually, no, that's not the support yet. They do have the Victor and the Volibear as well. So I assume that Volibear is going to be going to Rosethorn. Could still go to Trumpus, but going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, I would expect it to be that kind of counter into that Xin Zhao. We do see the classic Victor Ari matchup going on for this game. But we're seeing the Ambessa now banned by ZA. So it looks like they are full aware that it's going to be a Volibear jungle rather than Volibear top. The Bard's getting banned as well here. So more of a chokehold onto the support pool by both sides as Alistar gets banned.
Yeah, and I think removing the Bard is pretty interesting because, I mean, Bard is one of those supports that really brings a lot of damage and a lot of pressure from that support role. And a good Bard player can absolutely run a game. I believe it is one of the most popular champions played right now over in Challenger solo queue, so not surprising to see that getting banned away. But what is fun to me is that they are picking the Leona in the support role, so they kind of have a pretty solid dive comp already building up with the Leona, with the Ahri, with the Xin Zhao. They're going to have really good ways of starting those fights, but I'm a little bit worried about the Sivir because Sivir just kind of runs at you and could potentially get picked off. However, right now they don't really have anyone who do that, and a Draven walked in. I think that might be...
I want to say that might be Strumpest topside. Unless it's going to be Victor for that topside matchup and then Vladimir in mid lane?
So I assume it's... Oh, this is going to be pretty difficult. I'm assuming this is going to be the Varus top. I think Varus is pretty solid over in that lane. Obviously has a lot of range, can definitely get a lot of value out of it. Will be a little bit difficult into the Malphite, but I mean, range versus melee always helps out. And if you said Trompus does like to play those mages, Varus does have a pretty similar playstyle to mage top laners. But with the rest of their team comp, I think they could definitely do it. I mean, Gorica is extremely aggressive as a player, so this whole Draven Rel definitely going to work out. And we were talking about that Sivir counter pick before, but Sivir counters Varus pretty well. Doesn't really do that much into the Draven.
No, the Draven Rel is definitely going to have the prio here in this bot lane. They're going to be able to be aggressive extremely early on and try to punish Sivir in that early laning phase when she wants to sit back and scale. So it's going to kind of be Ken's job just to keep Z-Score alive this game.
Yeah, and if you're on the Leona and you're trying to peel, it's definitely not what you want, but either way, here we go. It's time for this best of 3. We're heading into game number 1 between UCI, University of California, Irvine, for anyone who doesn't know, and Zero Animosity. And now, what do you expect in this level 1 play?
I'm expecting just a standard 5-point. I don't think either team really wants to make the early mistake so far. Maybe some deep vision. I did want to point out, though, there is a teleport advantage. Strompest chose to go Ghost in the top side, so if he gets punished early, he might fall behind and not be as useful as he wants to be in this game. So that might be something that Mahiru may be able to look for, but we are going to see a little bit of an invade for that deep vision, some poke down onto that Xin Zhao, but nothing too serious. Both junglers are going to still be able to start without having to back. No summoner spells burnt.
Yeah, but with that, they were able to place a ward over in that very crucial bush. So now UCI, they're going to know that My Hiroshina is going to be starting over in that bot lane. And they're also going to know that when they path up to the top lane. So if an invade's going to be coming through, they're going to be aware of it. And if they don't decide to invade, they're going to be able to just kind of follow the Xin Zhao, and that will allow them to pressure a little bit more in that bot lane. And speaking of which, they're going to immediately get started on this engage. There's going to be a little bit of poke damage going back and forth. I do believe they need level 2 in order to really get those engages going, but already showing how aggressive Gorica is going to be here. Yep, but either way, they're just going to get set up. I mean, Chick-fil-A going to be using that crash down immediately. Just going to be getting set up there. Oh, sorry, the Ferromancy. Going to be getting set up for that possible engage. They're going to get that level 2 early on, but we're also seeing a little bit over in that top side, and it is press the attack, which is pretty interesting to me on the Varus. And what do you think of that Keystone choice for Strompest?
I'm kind of concerned regarding it because I think they're looking more of it as like, I need to shred through the potential of this Malphite in the top lane. Just get that quick burst down where he can't stay healthy in this lane. But it's going to be one of those things that it may just kind of force him out in those team fights where he's not able to kind of really put out and provide as much for the team with the PTA, because the standard 2 rune paths normally are either the lethal tempo for the on hit or that arcane comet for that poke.
Yeah, I mean, the Arcane Comet over in the top side is always going to be dangerous. I mean, it's basically what's going to give this Malphite an opportunity to farm at all in this early game. Malphite needs to stack some armor before it can really just safely farm in that ranged melee matchup. But with the Doran's Ring, the Q, and just all the Arcane Comet especially, they're going to be able to just poke out Strompest. And it's also important to note, Strompest went Ghost, so there is no TP available, but Right now, they're looking for it. Chick-fil-A gonna be able to land the Shattering Strike. They're still looking for Z-Score. Gorka just running with those axes, needs one more, but the barrier's gonna come out just in time. But now they're looking to trade on to Ken, but Gorka starting to get pretty low, but the wave state is good. Oh, never mind. The minions are here, so this is gonna be a really rough time. They're gonna have to back down because they also know that Mahirushina is down here to cover.
It was definitely a very close fight there. Big thing to notice is that the Sivir has absolutely no summoner spells after that blue flash and the barrier in that fight. It was a 3 usage to 2 as the Leona also used her ignite. Only cleanse and ignite used from Rel. I did just look it up and I do see that it is actually the PTA Varus for the top lane, which is the usual build on him, to kind of add to that dueling effect. It's a more of a semi-on-hit build, where they also build Hullbreaker a bit to kind of allow them to provide potential split push.
Yeah, right. I mean, that makes a lot of sense because Malphite is dangerous because of that initial burst. But speaking of which, they're looking in the bot lane. And Z-Score, no flash this time, no barrier. And that's going to be first blood going over to Gorica as they're going to be able to cash out. And this is the last thing you want to give a Draven, but the gold is going in the right place for UCI.
Yeah, and we're even seeing the Sivir here had chosen, after losing both of those, just kind of seeded the lane, said, hey, I'm going to be behind, picked up that call on that first back after that fight, so knew that they weren't going to be able to, but still stepped a bit too far forward and ended up getting caught out in that 1v2 matchup as Ken on that Leona wasn't back yet in lane.
Yeah, and Gorica, just FYI, I saw you drop both those axes to the dragon. Don't think we didn't see it, but either way, really strong start. Hasn't been able to reset, though, and really start spending that gold, but already a 16 CS advantage, and that cash out has been ready now. Right now, Xiao Danny could be in a dangerous spot. Retrosing, going to be looking for it, but not going to be going in, not looking for that charm. Probably didn't have the range, was a little bit worried with the flash still being available on Xiao Danny. But again, even without the reset, Gorica is still going to be stronger in this bot lane. And now they're looking for more. They have the Shattering Strike. They're going to have the Crash Down as well. But Gorica actually taking a lot of damage. Has the Ignite, but Rosethorn is going to be here to cover. And those boomerangs almost actually taking Gorica down in the background. And now Rosethorn is going to be the one to get engaged upon. But Ken forced to flash away. Z-Score now going to be running down, looking for more. But not going to be able to find it. A lot of summoners burnt, but no one's going to be going down in that play as Retrosing also got taken down quite low in the mid lane during that same moment. And now, oh, they're going to be able to stop that unstoppable charge. So Serapis is going to be alive. Retrosing going to be trying to escape. Still has one more charge. And Rosethorn could be in a really bad spot. Zenith Blade not going to land and just a little bit HP left. But now Xiao Danny is going to have the Arcane Storm. And Ken starting to get low, but the Charm will land. And again, almost no HP, but Z-Score will be able to get it. And now UCI Chick-fil-A still trying to run away, but Mahirushina is also going to be here. The Flash going to be burned. And the wind becomes lightning, not going to be able to land. And now with the boomerang, Chick-fil-A still trying to run. Rosethorn also trying to run, but Gorica is here. The axes are here, but Rosethorn will still go down. And Chick-fil-A with the crash down will be able to get that extra shield, and that might be able to buy enough time, but the feats of warfare gonna be going to zero animosity. Gorica gonna get Mahirushina back, but it's 3 for 3 as the team fight settles.
That was big play by that Xin Zhao in that fight, choosing to flash forward and get a bit more, knowing that they were all low enough that maybe just getting 2 more of those kills before going down would have been a great play to get those feet set up as they were already falling behind. Does get him ahead quite a bit in a losing matchup as well. So that'll be something that is looked forward to by this ends out, but we're seeing UCI just choosing to already dip down and try to stack up these neutral objectives for those feats.
Yeah, the grubs are definitely going to be able to help them out quite a bit because when you have that split pusher Varus, you're definitely going to need to have something to really help push down these lanes. it's really going to help them out a lot. And they're even able to get all 3. So they're going to have both those little grublings coming in since the changes where we only get 1 set of grubs in this current season. But I mean, there's still over a 1k gold lead, about 1.5k going in favor of UCI right now. So the lead is definitely growing, and most of this gold is currently in Gorica with a pretty solid CS lead for Xiao Danny over in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, Orico right now on this Draven is going to be that kind of power point for the team. If he's showing up to fights, it's something to be cautious of for the side of Zero and Animosity, where they're not going to want to be willing to just kind of go in unless they can get him chunked down first, where he either leaves or he's just gone. So that's going to be the main focus for them and their dive that they're building up here with this team.
Yeah, and it's also pretty interesting to see how they did draft for this, because I mean, Gorica's definitely going to be their main pressure over in the early game, and we saw briefly that gold, about 900 gold lead already for Gorica, so going to be very strong here, and even finishing the Bloodthirster on this reset, which is probably the biggest power spike that the Draven actually gets in the game. Like, obviously it's still going to be stronger with even more items, but this is going to be where the lane becomes goes from difficult to nigh impossible for Zero Animosity. But once that Draven starts falling off, and in the late game he will fall off, that's where the victor for Xiao Danny is really going to start coming out. And we saw as well already a 500 gold lead for Xiao Danny just from that CS lead. And it's going to get scary. I mean, this is a very late game oriented mid laner. And like I said, Xiao Danny plays passively early, but once the items are there, once the power spikes are there, this is going to be somewhere where they're really going to be able to come out in full force.
And we're seeing UCI already looking to set up for this next Drake, which would be their third neutral to secure that feat, but they're kind of walking in blind. They don't have a crazy amount of vision. There's a lot more members of ZA here than UCI as of right now. Even the Malphite is rotating down, is sitting on a ward, so they do know that he's there, but
yeah, but I mean,
they have
because they're
everybody
walking
down.
down instead of using their TP, Strompus can just kind of shove the wave in, and can pause Albino, can TP back later on, but it looks like UCI, they just don't want to trade for this. They're just going to let Rosethorn steal away the topside camps of Mahirushina. And Strompus, with the grubs, by the way, this is where it really comes into play. It's just going to be taking plates, and TP is still going to be forced out of Kenpa's Albino, but that's still going to be a plate, and that's still going to be both camps from the top side getting stolen away by Rosethorn.
Yeah, and the rest of UCI did choose to go into this top side, so they are just making a pressure play, trying to get some chunk damage down onto this top tier 1. Get some plates down for Strumpus, but Rosethorn is going to walk into the Leona.
Started right now. Ken looking for Rosethorn, going to be able to find the Zenith Blade, but now they're going to have Ken just taken out super low. They're going to have the crash out as well, and Ken going to be taken down, but there's 3 on 2 still left. Rosethorn going to be traded back, and unfortunately for UCI, Strumpus forced to flash over the wall, but they're able to follow. They have the R, they have the flash from Canpa's Albino. Now Xiao Danny 1v3, soon to be 1v4 as Z-Score's pushing in the lane. But now UCI Chick-fil-A, Magnustorm gonna get burned. Canpa's Albino starting to get low as well, and they're able to get the spear onto 2 as Retrozing not gonna get stunned up, but Xiao Danny is gone. Retrozing able to get that kill, and they could go for a further dive here. They're just gonna be hitting onto the plate for now, but UCI Chick-fil-A going to get stunned up, gonna get charmed, and that's gonna be another kill going over to Zero Animosity. Now Whirling Axe is gonna be coming into the top, but they're not low enough, so this will be a safe place for them. They're gonna get their 2 plates, but Gorica trades for 3 in the bot lane.
That was a massive team fight for ZA there. Big props to Retrozing on that Ari, landing crucial charms there, especially that last one onto the Victor. I didn't even catch it at first. Threaded straight between, I believe, a minion and the Victor, and ended up was the finishing point to kind of secure that kill, which allowed them to do a bit more and even continue with that dive and get more gold into their pockets and start pulling that gold lead back.
Yeah, they're able to bring it back in a pretty severe way. It's down to 1k gold lead, but again, when you have a Draven, you're expected to be ahead early. And 3 of those kills went over to Z-Score, and we see now it's only a 300 gold lead left for Gorka, and Xiao Danny actually going to be behind RetroZing as well. So there's still going to be a little bit of a gold lead over in the top side for UCI with Stromfist, but that's kind of typical of that ranged melee matchup. The Malphite's definitely going to be able to provide more in those team fights later on. But it was a close fight, but there's just more players ready and in position for Zero Animosity as a fight began. But now Gorka going to be trying to get that first turret, but RetroZing is going to be here, just going to be able to clear it out, and neither side able to take those feats for themselves yet. Oh, but now Strumpus getting jumped upon. The Unstoppable Force has already been used, so Strumpus actually could win this out. Like, Chains of Corruption gonna land as well. Ken Puzzle Bino just trying to trade back and forth, waiting for those cooldowns, but this could still be going back and forth. But now the team fight going to be starting up into the top side. Gorka able to land a little bit of damage. They have the crash down and the Magnet Storm. Ken is the one that's kind of standing in the front line, but not going to be taking too much damage. Once that W is available, Ken is still really strong. But now the Whirling Axe is going to come through. Gorka on a killing spree. Going to get another kill. And more importantly, another cash out. We are back to 1.5k gold lead. And their prize is going to be the Rift Herald.
That was exceptional movement there by Gorka up in that fight. Was able to dodge both the Zin's out as well as the Leona. And the Leona ult that came through to prevent them from taking any lick of damage in that fight, and be able to just free hit onto that Leona, which ended up being the big part of that kill.
Yeah, but with that, they're also going to be able to get the feat of Monster Hunter for themselves. So it's just going to be the first turret that's going to determine which of these two teams are going to get that small boots buff and that technically small extra bit of scaling later on for the game with the potential boot upgrade. But now they are going to be grouping up into the mid lane, and Z-Score also at 10 charges left on the call is already mostly caught up to Gorka, at least before that fight, and is now going to be in a position to really start getting ahead, because later on in this game, Sivir is definitely going to be stronger than the Draven. That's just the way that the Sivir works, especially with that Ricochet coming in from that W. But if Gorka is able to continue pressing this lead 3-0-0, could try and win the game before that happens. That's going to be their main kind of format of trying to get into this, to be able to win this game.
This should be the feats here as well. That Herald going over kind of just sentenced it. All the turrets were low enough where just one strike was going to be it for that turret for UCI. I did want to point out this build path right now for Strompest is wild. He's got Berserker boots, but then he's got a recurve bow. And I want to say it's Guiling Mask.
Yeah, I mean, those components are definitely going to be very powerful here. Lots of value and getting a little bit of everything that they want. And it is going to be that Haunting Guise picked up. And this extra bit of AP is actually going to help out a lot in terms of pressing down onto this Malphite. Especially with those Chains of Corruptions. I mean, we even look at the skill tree here, 3, 5, 1, 2. So that W is going to be maxed out first. And that's going to give % health damage. And while Malphite is really good at stacking armor, isn't quite as good at stacking up that magic resist. So that's going to let Strompest have that bit of advantage in that top side for longer. But in the end, I do believe Malphite will just eventually be able to take over, unless a little bit of lifesteal or some kind of health regen is going to be coming through for Strompest.
Yeah, it will be interesting.
Right,
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Gorka is now going to be alone in the mid lane, and this is the other kind of big potential of Sivir, who has, by the way, managed to get the full cull done. So it's going to be the extra gold, and we'll be resetting for an item here. But Gorka is still going to be able to hold onto that lane, and I should be able to finish off that Infinity Edge with this recall. Now, something I know about UCI and their coaching, they emphasize item timings a lot for this team, and right now they're on pretty big item timing, so I'm gonna be looking for them to fight. But now the charm is gonna land. Solar Flare on to Xiao Danny. Xiao Danny down on 3rd HP, but Galaxy Storm going to be over top. Now they have the crash out. Magna Storm's been used as well. Flash from Shadani, but the flash charm from Retrosync is going to land, but Shadani's still alive at around 5 HP, but will be able to back away. But it's still going to be a hard fight. Rosethorn able to take down Retrosync, but should get traded back. It's a 1-for-1, but in the meanwhile, Strumpus takes that bottom turret. Gorka holding mid. This was an advantage fight for Zero Animosity, but they don't get the lead. And now Gorga looking to take down Z-Score. Has the extra movement speed, looking for a little bit of stun, but Z-Score gonna be able to just run away, has the hunt popped for it. And that's gonna be another big teamfight ultimate getting removed just from Gorka, kind of running at the Sivir.
It was wild, the fact that Victor was able to get out with that just sliver of health. Good play across the board by Rosethorn. As well, being able to realize that they're likely going to be getting Malphite ulted and using their ult to negate that knockup from the Malphite ult and getting that kill in exchange in the end. Though Zhao Danny just having those reflexes there to kind of go and dodge the re-engage from the Xin Zhao, who had been sitting there waiting in that bush trying to go for that kill onto the Victor, which just allowed them to maintain pressure and even expand this gold lead with all these turrets now falling down.
Yeah, but now My Hiroshina going to be looking for UCI Chick-fil-A, but not going to be able to find it. But now they're going to be using the charm. They have the Solar Flare over top, and they're just going to burst down Rosethorn. The Stormbringer is going to be coming through, but it's not going to be able to bring enough HP. Very solid pickoff for Zero Animosity. But again, the same thing is happening. They're able to get a pick, but Strompes still playing over in the off lane. But this time, it looks like they want to trade for the Otacon, but it's always a dangerous spot to look for this. And Xiao Danny going to be poking out over top. Strompus still going to be threatening onto the tier 3 now. Gorika's going to be here. Xiao Danny just pushing them off with more and more poke damage over top. Galaxy Storm even going to get used here. And now you say Chick-fil-A is looking for the possible engage. 1500 HP left. And it is going to get smited down. But they're able to take down My Hiroshina. And now Ken's going to be low. Unstoppable Force going to get used by Ken. By Kinpaz Albino, and now that's where the damage is going to be hitting, but Gorka throws the axe backwards and needs to go back to catch it, and now Ken is just kind of getting in the way for Xiao Danny, but will get taken down with that laser, so it is a 2-for-0, Otacon taken, but Strompes still pushing, not going to finish off the inhib, but that's the tier 2 and the tier 3 gone in the bot lane, and UCI have a 5k gold lead.
That was a massive fight and call by UCI there, choosing to try to take the 3v5, knowing that they were going to be down with the Volibear already killed off there, didn't really have the shot to go for the Otacon there, but that push from Strompest in that bot lane does set them up really strongly for this next Drake, which would put them up on Soul Point there as well. And we're starting to see actually Strompest building those components into items. He's got the Rage Blade as well as the Bloodletter's Curse here now, so he's gonna have that kind of mixed damage of on hit and AP burn.
Yeah, but now another fight gonna be getting started, and they have the crash down. They have everything over top of Ken and My Hiroshina. But Crescent Guard was used, so a little bit of the damage at least was removed. But My Hiroshina is still gonna be at around a 3rd HP. But despite that, Zero Animosity, they still want to start the Dragon Retros and gonna get the charm onto UCI Chick-fil-A, and that's actually gonna be pretty big because they haven't used any of those major cooldowns, and this should be the Ocean Dragon going the way of Zero Animosity. But what about the team fight? Solar Flare gotta get used. It's going to land on Xiao Danny, but no follow-up is there. Rosethorn now gonna try to engage. Is gonna get burst down, and now they're looking for Retrosing, but Retrosing's gonna be able to take down UCI Chick-fil-A. And now Ken trying to tank in the front side will go down. Gorka gonna be the next to fall. They're able to trade for now, but these team fights are so close. Xiao Danny gonna get charmed up. Retrosing will get the kill, and it's a 4-for-2. Make that a 4-for... Oh no, Strump is still gonna be alive, but well, there it is. It's gonna be the ace. It's a 5-for-2, and Zero Animosity, they're bringing the game right back.
I've got to say, RetroZing has been playing on a nice edge in most of these fights, getting chunked down almost early, but choosing to remain in these fights. Went back, hitting that bush in that last fight, ended up landing a crucial charm onto Zhao Danny, which allowed it to set up the Sivir to go a bit further and step farther into the team and take that fight, and just excelling their gold into the further into their build. So that's going to be something that we're going to see these charms just setting up Z score on the Sivir to just start shredding through the enemy, the team of UCI.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised UCI took that fight because the positioning advantage was definitely there for Zero Animosity. The dragon was already guaranteed to be lost, but they still wanted to go. And I mean, my opinion on that is they shouldn't have really tried pushing that much further into the mid lane. They could have just started going to the dragon. They had the Goldie, but now My Hiroshima might be getting a little bit caught up, just looking towards Rosethorn, but neither side wants to start on the engage. They are going to send Xiao Danny to be the split pusher now. It does have the TP, but Unstoppable Force going to land on the Gorka. Charm as well. Cleanse is there, but it might not be enough. Solar Flare Ken going to get that kill, and now will immediately Zenith Blade on Astrampus, but now Rosethorn still fighting Ken Puzzle. Bino going to be the next to go down. Xiao Danny has TP'd in, and My Hiroshima and Ken both could be in a bad spot. Will use the Audacious Charge, but with the stuns coming up, My Hiroshima gonna go down. Ken got taken down below, and it's a 3-for-1 for UCI, and Baron is available. Is this something they want to try to go for? Because both carries are still alive for Zero Animosity, and now the Charm is going to land Boomerang as well, but it's going to be difficult because Xiao Danny is going to have the poke damage. Strampes should be able to bring enough DPS just for the team, and we're even seeing how much damage those lasers are able to output. Rosethorn going to flash over the wall. They're looking for a retro thing, but the follow-up just wasn't there. And now look at the kiting Z-score. Going to be able to get one. Make that two. The Baron helps out. Xiao Danny able to get away with almost no HP. But it's a 2-for-0 back. Make that a 3-for-3 all day. Zero Animosity are able to bring it back and stop the Baron.
These two carries 4-0 and Animosity are just showing up as the carries this game. They are standing on point, looking at the enemy team and saying, hey guys, just be the front line in front of us. We'll take the rest. Both of them making massive plays, getting those kills, getting that push off, stopping that Baron tank after a bad fight, a fight that shouldn't have really gone their way at all, and a bad choice to dive ended up being almost costly there, which would have just expanded this gold lead. But they have been constantly clawing back in this game, only about 400 gold down now, even less, as a lot of gold is falling into their pockets.
Yeah, and I mean, like we said earlier, they're going to have a lot of scaling on their team. They have the Malphite, they have the Ahri, and they have especially the Sivir, who is 619 and also had the color early on. So may as well call that a 7th kill. But now the Charm gonna land onto Chick-fil-A, but they're looking for a Z-score, gonna be blocked. And now with especially the Stormbringer is gonna come out for the extra HP, but it's not enough. It's gonna be another 2-for-0 payoff from Zero Animosity. And now they could themselves try and continue, and they're gonna get started on the Baron, but there's no smite available. They don't have anyone to frontline to walk in, so this should just be free. And Zero Animosity, despite being 5k gold down earlier in the game, they're up in gold, and they have the Baron.
That was a crazy decision. I'm not entirely sure why Rosethorn and Chick-fil-A there decided that they were going to pick the fight. No one else was close enough. Yeah, they could have were able to get onto Z-score, but there was nothing there to follow up. And it's a Bruiser Volibear in this jungle, and then a Rel support that are looking to provide damage into what was a Sivir and Ahri, who are fed and are going to just shred through you when it comes down. Before we even saw that no one was able to kind of match the push and get in before they even went down.
Yeah, now they're also gonna be able to take the dragon as a further prize, and they still haven't really used their Baron buff yet, so it's still gonna be an opportunity for them. It's still gonna be something extra that they can add. And I mean, with this, they're already going to be in a really good spot. Like you said, their scaling is going to be massive. The Sivir especially. I mean, already on those 3 items, that's kind of the big break point for most of those crit ADCs. And now they're going to be looking to play over towards that bot side. They've already brought 3, and it looks like Kenpaz Albino going to be pretty close to the area. They're going to let Retrozing be their split pusher, has the TP available, but kind of interesting to see that they are bringing the Malphite closer to the team than they are with the Ahri.
I think it's more along the lines of who can get the correct play in.
But a team fight going to be starting down. Rosethorn is ready. And now they have the Magnet Storm on to 3, but Z-Score going to block the stun. But now Rosethorn is on top. UCI Chick-fil-A going to be able to help out as well. And now Ken trading with Gorka, but is going to go down. It's a 3-0 UCI. This game is so back and forth. They're just consistently finding those plays when they're behind. And at this point, we should be rooting for whichever team has the gold deficit, because they're usually the ones to win the fight. But now they're looking for Retrozing, and now the Foxfire is going to be coming through. Retrozing just going to be dashing away, but that's going to be the ultimate forced out. And now they could try to push through the bot lane, but with 20-second death timers, they may not have enough time to get that inhibitor for themselves.
No, I definitely don't think that they're going to have enough time to try to push this bot wave to get that inhib to kind of stem the control of the game into their favor. But I do want to applaud UCI. Finally did what they needed to do in that fight, and they got the onto the Sivir that fight. It came down with the Rel, and then everything else followed through. She could only use that spell shield on one ability, and it ended up being too little too late, where she wasn't able to get enough of a distance between her and that dive, and end up going down quick before the rest of the team could even react to the play. That was definitely a good play there by UCI.
Yeah, and I mean, getting that gold lead. No, well, I wouldn't really say gold lead. At this point, they are pretty much tied. 500 gold this late in the game really doesn't matter anymore. But you were talking about that top lane Varus build with the Hullbreaker. It is going to be finished now for Strongpest, and is going to be building those beads as well. So going to have that magic resist coming through. Can definitely help prevent that burst coming in from Kenpaz Albino. But the real question to me is that a lot of that map pressure has definitely disappeared from UCI. Zero Animosity has just been able to kind of assert their dominance. They're invading the top lane jungle. They're going to get their vision down in there. And how do you think UCI can bring this back in their own advantage?
They definitely need to, once again, just kind of go for these picks onto the Sivir. Possibly look for just even that style of Fnatic Deathbrush. They were constantly trying to do something early in the game where I saw them often go to one side of the map and just kind of linger there. It ended up being a bit too long in the early game, where they gave up more than they got, as they often got nothing when they did. But I definitely think that they can kind of look to get the pick onto the Sivir.
Yeah,
and then
and
proceed to just take over the fight, because the Ahri's fed, but she's not going to be doing that consistent DPS that they're looking for from that Sivir. The Draven will be able to burst somebody down quick, but that's going to be the main focus, is just kind of getting onto that Sivir and then letting the Victor take control of the fight, who is somewhat down, but not down too much. I do see that both of these teams doubling down on these.
Oh, but now they're jumping on a Kenpaz Albino. With the Galaxy Storm even going to get used, but obviously just going to be able to jump away with that Unstoppable Force. So 2 big cooldowns used, but I mean, one is definitely more powerful than the other. And sorry, Arcane Storm, not Galaxy Storm. I don't know where that name keeps coming up in my head, but the Arcane Storm going to be used, and that's not going to be there. And the Soul is going to be spawning in 25 seconds. And Unstoppable Force is a slightly shorter cooldown, and it's probably even more impactful in these fights. So gonna be a little bit dangerous for UCI to walk up, but they do manage to get the first pressure onto this dragon. They're gonna try and clear away some vision, but teamfight could break open at any moment. The charm not gonna be able to land. Wind Becomes Lightning not gonna land either for My Hiroshina. As a little bit of poke still going to be coming through, and Chains of Corruption, it is going to land, but it is on to Ken, and they're just going to go for the tank, for the front line. Stormbringer going to come out from Rosethorn, trying to survive, and will have the Sky Splitter, will have the extra shielding, but now in the meanwhile, Ken is going to be gone. Gorka just trying to run to the backline, Retrozing in the meanwhile dives in, tries to go for Rosethorn, but the Sky Splitter shield is more than enough, and they're able to get the Dragon, they're able to get the 2-for-1, and with the HP bars, they could even look towards Baron. They have Xiao Danny, they have Strumpus, they have Gorica. They will absolutely shred it, and that seems to be the call right now, as they are all just kind of running there while Strumpus is trying to clear away this mid lane.
Not entirely sure who ended up doing that in that fight, but whoever hit that blast cone was the MVP there for UCI, was able to separate the team of ZA in just a way where they weren't able to do much more afterwards. Sivir got put into a bad spot and had to reposition while the Ahri was kind of left alone in the river, where she ended up falling down. So a good play, and I want to say it was probably Chick-fil-A that did it, trying to create the spread across and reposition the entire team, but it might have just been somebody trying to get out of the magnet storm from Rel. Rosethorn, though.
Now Rosethorn is going to start getting caught out. They're going to get the stun, but the Stormbringer will be able to dodge away from the Solar Flare, but now it's going to be Cerulean going to be in a bad spot. They have so much damage over top. Now Strumpus is going to be here, has the Chains of Corruption, but with everything else, just not going to be able to go down. And Rosethorn, in the end, will still get taken down, and that's a big pick. It's a 2-for-0 for Zero Animosity, and that's going to help them kind of waste this Baron buff the UCI worked so hard to get back for themselves.
Rosethorn is doing a bit of troll in this game, kind of going in blind and trying to pick these fights without really that much backup coming. They had the Rel nearby, but they were still chunked almost completely out before the Rel even got there. Ended up blowing absolutely everything trying to get out, as well as costing 2 of those Baron buffs, which kind of just limited what they can do here.
Yeah, but with that, I mean, this game's just been so neck and neck, so back and forth. You said at the start you were just hoping that this wouldn't be a stomp, and I think both of these teams have definitely shown it's not going to be one-sided. It's just going to be 2 teams playing as hard as they can, and right now they're playing extremely well. Obviously, a little bit of trolling happening from both these 2 teams. But, I mean, this is the tier 3 scene. Sometimes that's going to happen, and when you're trying to push the limit, you're definitely going to end up pushing it a little bit too far. And with that, the Baron buff is still available for 50 more seconds. As UCI, they're looking for this tier 2 in the mid lane. Retrozing going to be able to spot out Cerulean there. Luckily, did have that going, but now they have the Chains of Corruption. It's going to land. Crescent Guard going to get used in response by My Hiroshina, and that's just going to be used to zone away this Xin Zhao, and they're going to be able to get this tier 2, but we're headed into the late game now. Do you think that these tier 3 boots that are going to be coming out of UCI, do you think they're going to be able to help them out with this scaling later on in the game, or do you think the Sivir is just going to be able to outscale all of it?
So I think the Sivir will probably have the most amount of damage just based off of her build and her capabilities as a hyper carry. I do think, though, it is going to be something that will be helpful for the side of UCI to have these upgraded boots in the end, as they'll be able to just pump out a little bit more damage than what they would have had, which will somewhat subsidize the sheer amount of scaling that Sivir will have. I do think, though, that it's going to come down to, once again, just picking out that Sivir. In this Varus right now, he's got a very interesting build where it's extremely defensive. I don't think there's going to be a crazy amount of damage out of the Varus themselves. It's more along the lines of getting that ultimate out, the Chains of Corruption, and just trying to hold people down for the Victor and the Draven to just do their work.
Yeah, but now both teams, this is going to be the Dragon Soul regardless of who takes it. So this could definitely be a win condition, but Chains of Corruption going to land onto Ken. Going to have the Piercing Arrow as well, but like you said, not too much damage, especially onto that. And the Arcane Storm is going to get burned by Xiao Danny. These are two massive ultimates that are going to be down when the Dragon spawns. So it's going to be entirely based off the positioning, and University of California Irvine, they currently do have the better positioning, but Teleport gonna be coming through. This is gonna be Kinpaw's Albino. Sky Splitter not gonna be timed perfectly there, but also not gonna make too much of a difference anyway. But Retrosing actually takes a pretty solid amount of poke, but Unstoppable Force is going to land onto Rosestorm. Stormbreaker over top. Magnustorm able to land on two. Ken is already gone. Retrosing kind of in the middle of everyone, and Kinpaw's Albino has to flash away, but will still get finished off. It's a 3-0, and the GA gonna get popped from Z-Score, but I don't think there's anywhere else to go. Make that a 4-0. They're gonna give it to Xiao Danny, and this could be it. UCI with that team fight, they're gonna march straight through mid, and they're gonna end the game.
And that's where they were able to finally get the correct and counter engage. Essentially, the Leona and Malphite went in onto Rosethorn there, wasn't able to get onto any of the carries, but the Victor and Draven there were just able to free fire, and they make it so that the Sivir wasn't able to kind of get away from the rest of the team as they end up chasing her down.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a very big win. I mean, at that point, fighting over the soul, whichever team won a big team fight from that point on would just be able to end the game. But UCI, they're able to walk it in. They're able to get that team fight going. And with that, they're going to be going 1-0. But this is a best of 3, and this is also full fearless. Like most games at this point are for most amateur, semi-pro, professional. Doesn't matter. We're all fearless now in League of Legends. But do you think that's going to make a big difference in the draft for game number 2?
I think it'll kind of be more eye-opening for game number 2, where in regards to the flexibility for UCI there, where the team will kind of be like, okay, so they're willing to put anything up top side. They've shown the Varus, and if looking back their past games, they have those AP carries that they've used on Strong Pass. So it's going to be one of those things that they do have to pay attention to, while being able to notice that Gorica and Chick-fil-A there are going to be the early aggression. So maybe meeting early aggression might be able to balance that out, where they're not able to get ahead super early like they did previously.
Yeah, now here we're seeing the gold graph, and we see that moment where they were almost able to catch back up. I mean, it's basically just a massive cliff. Pretty big lead for UCI, but Zero Animosity, they were almost able to bring it right back, but just a couple team fights, and we see it skyrocket in the end with that final team fight. But is there anything you'd like to see differently in terms of the macro play from these two teams in our second match?
I would like to see a teleport on to Strong Pass with that much split pushing that they were doing in the early game, and just keeping that going would have kind of snowballed the game a bit more, but they ended up having to kind of rejoin the team and push themselves into that team fight, which was where Zero Animosity were able to excel in and kind of claw their way back into the game. We even saw where they climbed, essentially dragged the gold lead down time and time again until they had a decent sized gold lead before they ended up just losing it all in the end. So it is something that if they can kind of look to have the split push aspect and having that teleport where they can choose to kind of continue pushing or teleport into the team fight, might be beneficial for UCI. Meanwhile, they're already seeing, just based off the history, can pause Albino likes to play that front line, likes to play the tanks there for Zero Animosity. So they're going to likely just choose to re-go and say, hey, we've won a lot of these team fights even when we were down. If we were ahead that entire game, we would have just continued snowballing in these team fights rather than trying to constantly play from behind.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to take this advice over to that second game. But for now, we're going to cut to a break. But when we come back, it'll be game number 2 between UCI and ZA. So don't go anywhere.
Without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Peekaboo, I see you, peekaboo, I see you. Looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side.
Hello, hello, and we are back and getting set up for game 2 between UCI and Zero Animosity. Now, this time I'm going to be joined by Bredicus. And Bredicus, how are you doing today?
I'm doing awesome. I didn't know if I was going to get to participate in open qualifiers, and I've only casted kind of like gold to emerald level games. So to be here and casting some challenger level games, I'm excited to see plays happen on stream that I've never seen before. So I'm very, very excited being here today.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an absolutely amazing series. I mean, I don't know how much of game number 1 you got to see there over in the back of house, but it was an absolutely close game, back and forth, both teams just brawling it out. And so, yeah, it's going to be a good day. You looking forward to this set?
I'm excited for it. I did get to tune in to game 1. I thought Animosity was going to have the bounce back. I thought the Sivir finally got to the scaling moment. So I was kind of shocked to see a Draven like get to the point that they were equal in gold and then still come out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is that one fight, and UCI, they managed to get that one fight later on just in time for that dragon. But I mean, this has already been a pretty close series so far, even if it is just the best of 3, but Full Fearless is going to be here as well, as we are headed into draft. So now, you said you saw some parts of the game, so what do you expect to be changed here for the draft for game number 2?
I mean, my first impression is maybe seeing UCI go for more utility in the top lane. I feel like the Varus had a really hard time getting up on its feet, so maybe not going for that uber duber I'm gonna stomp you in the top lane, but rather just going maybe for a tank for tank trade there in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely part of the UCI style. They always like having Strongpest on one of those mages or one of those Varses, but I do know what you're talking about, because generally when you start getting to that high level of play, you do want kind of a rock in that top lane. Teams are going to get much better at punishing those.
I have to ask, was that pun intended, having a rock in the top lane?
Was not, but yeah, I mean, I just talk the way I see things, and sometimes it is a Malphite, so maybe the rock is just kind of in my head here. But I mean, so far, pretty similar drafts coming out for game number 2. But one thing that's really standing out to me is that the Talia was not banned, and Ken Paz Albino just going to be locking that in immediately. First pick for Zero Animosity.
Is this a comfort pick here, the Talia?
This is something that Xiao Danny absolutely loves. It's one of Xiao Danny's best champions, but I mean, Xiao Danny in general just plays a lot of those control mages, and we're seeing that come out now. That Orianna pretty much definitely going to be going for Xiao Danny. I'm not saying definitely, because Strongpest plays some interesting picks, and the Senna coming out as well, so that's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
I'm really intrigued to see the Senna come through first there. Because there are only, I feel like, limited support champions that can work with it. So maybe here, if you maybe went for a more contested pick like the Alistar, like you can pick Alistar and still play other AD carries. You can't pick Senna and play, like, for example, I'm gonna say Sona. Like, it's very limited pool of the champions that can pair with Senna. So the support's going to be put in a position to be locked into a specific champion.
Yeah, and they are going to take that Alistar, kind of like how you brought up, but I mean, this is going to be a very difficult lane. I mean, Senna definitely going to be able to outscale the Caitlyn, but how do you think Goric and Cerulean are going to match up into this Caitlyn Karma bot lane?
It's going to be difficult here. Not only does Caitlyn have that early pressure, but with the enchanted mantra Q, Karma Caitlyn is just going to be able to take over this, not to mention that Senna by herself is squishy in the first kind of three levels. So you have an Alistar isn't going to be a head-up pulverize into the Karma shield, so like you're going to need jungle help to come down here, or else like this Caitlyn can just poke you out of lane, completely move you away to the point where you're not getting EXP in the lane. It's going to come down to that mastery. It's going to take some skill to navigate that first 5 minutes of the game here for the Senna Alistar.
Yeah, and instead they are going to lock in the Neferi, but pretty interesting bans coming out from Zero Animosity there. They're going to ban away the Wukong, they're going to ban away the Nocturne, two really common picks with the Orianna mid lane. to kind of match up, but instead they're going to have a bit more of a carry going through the jungle as we see the Zac and the Viego. So this is the top lane Zac locked in for Kenpaz Albino. So, I mean, this is going to be a very interesting pick for Zero Animosity. And how do you think UCI should try playing into this full comp as we do see an Azir? I'm assuming that might be Strumpus at this point. I don't even know anymore with this team.
Yeah, you were talking about weird picks going on the top lane, and that might have been a gauntlet throw down. Like, we got to do it. And it is showing there on the draft overlay right now, so I'm going to anticipate that's going to be an Azir top. And I honestly, I'm saddened. I am saddened seeing that come through, because I adore Zac, especially in the top lane. The max HP damage you have on the W is so underrated. And this Azir is just going to negate it. Anytime Zac charges up the E, he can just soldier dash and get away from it. And so, like, that's going to be a really, really difficult lane for Albino to play.
Yeah, but what do you think of these two drafts in general? Who do you think is going to have the advantage through the key points of the game?
Going back again, the Caitlyn Karma is going to be a really big pressure point. For Animosity, going to be able to kind of take over the laning phase, maybe and get a snowball going, and be a very big win point. Because of that, Maru is going to have Prio onto the dragon, start stacking those dragons. So it's going to be a very snowball composition. But then on the other side, I just see that Nefiri, and I think that champion is overtuned right now.
Yeah, I mean, Nefiri is definitely going to be pretty powerful, but here we are. We are in game number 2 between UCI and Zero Animosity, and it's going to be Zero Animosity over on the blue side now, and UCI on the red. But I mean, like you said, it's a pretty overtuned champion, but still going to be difficult as Gorka now going to get jumped upon, and Ken and Z-Score just immediately going to get a pretty solid trade, but Ghost going to be burned from Gorka as well, but at least one soul going back to Gorka.
They're going back over there. We'll have to see if they get the pick. Oh, the recall came through. But yeah, if you wanted to make your laning phase any more difficult, now you got to start it with one less summoner.
Yeah, but luckily it is just the Ghost. The Ghost is a shorter cooldown than the Flash, but I mean, this was always going to be a very difficult lane. I mean, Caitlyn Karma just have so much range, but it's going to be rough for Gorka and Cerulean, but eventually, if they are able to scale up ahead, I do think this Senna will end up being a lot more powerful, as we do have the fancy double lane setup coming in, and Cerulean at least can face just going to headbutt Z-Score away from Gorka, but they're still not letting Gorka into this lane.
And that highlights the power of the Karma. Like, Caitlyn is headbutted away and still comes out ahead in the trade. Just so much damage in the early levels with the Mantra Q there on the Karma. This lane is incredibly difficult from the play, already being zoned away, losing 1 to 2 minions worth of XP here. So you have to ask the question, at what point are we going to bring over and get some jungle help?
Yeah, I think that definitely will be the question, but at the same time, it's a question that both teams, I think, will be asking. So whichever team's going to be the one to bring it in first, or maybe both are going to come in together, that's what's really going to start shaking this lane up. But until then, Z-Score and Ken definitely going to take the advantage. But who do you think will win in this 3v3 with an Nefiri and Viego joining?
I kind of want to say the... I'm going to lean towards Animosity here, just because the Senate is going to be so squishy here in the early game. Even without level 6, Maru can flash onto that Senna. Viego has the early damage here with some help to get that first burst, and it takes one champion to die, one reset for Viego to take over the fight, even without the level 6 here. And especially Nefiri, again, and would be on the other side without level 6. I don't think he has the burst damage to get through Karma Shields without level 6.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to make things very difficult for UCI. And I mean, we're already seeing this absolute CS discrepancy coming through. 21-7. Z-Score is really far ahead, but there is a little bit of a lead happening for Strumpus in the top side as well, but it's definitely not as large as what Z-Score has gotten for Zero Animosity. But at the very least, they are going to be able to threaten the tower. They are going to have priority in the top side. So at least Rosethorn has some lanes to kind of play through.
Yeah, and it relieves pressure off that bat side there, just to have a lane that Rosethorn can potentially play aggressive towards here. Zach with the reset is a very difficult one, as they're going to start fighting here in the top lane, actually.
Yeah, Strumpus already getting taken down low, and it looks like the flash is going to be burning. That's first blood going over to Ken Paz Albino, but Rosethorn is going to be here, just going to be able to run down Ken Paz Albino. But the Cell Division is going to come out. I don't think it's going to save Ken Paz Albino, so it is a 1-for-1, but that's still going to be first blood going over to Zero Animosity.
Just good rotations there as Rosethorn is able to help pick up the kill. I'm just really curious how that happened. Again, I didn't think that Zach's going to be able to do that. You have this soldier dash. Azir really should be able to negate the E, so Albino just outmaneuvering the Azir here. And that's just so discouraging for UCI. Your bot lane's being shoved in. You're kind of a very neutral mid lane, and now you're going down in the top side. It feels like potentially right now they have all three losing lanes, and that's going to give Maru free rotation to the first objective.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what this first objective is going to be. I mean, the dragon is available, but my Hiroshima is not going to be going through it yet. But Gorka has actually managed to stem the bleeding. It's down to around 13 CS difference now, and those souls are definitely going up to 13 now. And once that first breakpoint of 20 hits, it's going to be a lot easier and safer for the Senna. We'll have more opportunity to try and get some CSs. A lot of trading going back and forth between Gorka, Ken, and Z-Score, but over from behind, my Hiroshima is going to be coming in, and they have the flash, they have the stun, and Gorka flashing away should be able to survive, especially with that extra heal coming out from the Piercing Darkness, but might not be enough. And now Rosethorn is here, but Rosethorn shows up after the play is already done. Summoner advantage definitely going the way of Zero Animosity, but at the same time, Gorka manages to survive and doesn't give away more kills.
OKB, are you psychic? You kind of predicted that we'd see a 3v3 fight here as Rosethorn kind of comes to help get them out of there, but look at how quickly Gora dies there when Vega flashes in. This Senna is so squishy.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be difficult, and now we actually have a pretty decent trade there. Strumpus kind of forced out to use that Emperor's Divide, but not going to be able to get the kill back, and there is no Cell Division as the Hex Slash going to get burned by Cerulean as well. But I say burned, it's a 15-second cooldown. I don't think they mind too much. But with this, there's a bit of a shove happening in mid lane, and I actually like that Rosethorn's kind of covering Xiao Danny, making sure that no extra play is going to be coming through. It is a dangerous spot to be in, as Strumpus, again, going to be able to get the solo kill on the top side, and that's going to be even more missed CS, and that's also going to be a plate going over to this Azir in the top lane.
Yeah, if you look at the items, just picking up the, I forget the name of that item, but the Grievous Wounds, Oblivion Orb, is going to start really negating Albino's trading pattern on Zach. Usually you go in, you do your spell rotation, and then you pick up your blobs, and you walk away winning the trade. But the Grievous Wounds is really going to start hurting this Zach, grabbing it first item.
Oh, but now they're able to get over on it too, and now Gorka actually going to get rooted up, but not going to be able to follow up on that play, but that's still going to be a decent amount of damage on Gorka. But with the Alistair, with the Piercing Darkness, they're going to be able to heal. But now Headbutt Pulverize going to land on his Z-Score. Barrier's forced out, and Ken just trying to zone away, but that's still going to start being a winning trade, actually, going over to UCI. But the Piltover Peacemaker kind of evens out the HPs a bit. But I mean, Gorka and Cerulean, they're finally able to walk up. They're finally able to farm. But look over at the minimap. Retrozing is on the way. We'll be able to have that Weaver's Wall coming in if they even want to use it. And there's going to come out. They're looking for Gorka. They're looking for Ace in the hole. But Gorka still alive, but is stuck in no man's land. Cerulean going to go down. Z-Score going to get the second. And never mind, not Z-Score. Retrozing. They're going to get 2-0 in the bot lane. They're going to get defeats. But Rosethorn at least will try and get back the grubs on the top side of the map.
I love the patience here from Maru, not trying to go in there and contest the grubs, knowing that his mid laner was on the bot side of the map. Just kind of give away it instead of trading away his life. You got the one play in the bot lane, so just let it happen. And the patience from Ken here in this, he just kind of focuses on sidestepping here. Gorga doesn't go in for the last hit, so the carries are able to pick up the kills here in the early play. Just look at this. He doesn't hit anybody. He's just patient. He's waiting it out, dodging sidesteps. Kills go over to the carries.
Yeah, and I mean, that's definitely where you want the gold to be. And 1-0-1 for both RetroZing and Z-Score. So, and this is going to be a pretty good position for them to be in. Obviously, last time Gorka took a very solid early lead on that Draven, but this time around, kind of on that scaling pick. And a pretty interesting rotation. We have the Caitlyn and Karma coming up to the top side, but the Grubs are already gone. So, what do you think is the logic behind this rotation?
I would guess it's to grab more tower plating here. You only managed to get 2. I think normally you try to get 4 before you do this rotation here. Could potentially be to try to help Albino out as he is starting to go down in that lane there. Catch them off guard, but definitely this Caitlyn with a kill in the pocket is already grabbed 1 plate up here, going for a second one.
Yeah, but Cerulean is going to be there. And now they're going to use the Emperor's Divide. Going to throw Ken backwards, but Cerulean just not in place. And with its Snap Trap, not going to be able to follow up on it. But they're still going to go in. Headbutt Pulverize is going to land. Z-Score starting to take a lot of damage. But Flash is going to come out. My Hiroshima is going to be here as well. And now they're actually going to be able to take down Strongpest over the backline. Z-Score able to get that snipe. An ace in the hole going to come out just for extra poke. And now Roselorn is coming in from the side. Do they want to try this 2v3? But it's just going to be clearing away the control ward. And Roselorn is going to back out as another winning fight going the way of Zero Animosity.
Grabbed a kill and then some tower play in the bot side. Swap it up, rotate to the top side, and get the same play. You get a kill on the Caitlyn, and you get plating on this Caitlyn pick. And that's going to be the collector secured here. So Caitlyn is up and off to the races. The question is, can UCI slow it down? Because it's starting to snowball.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to. And it's interesting that it is the collector first from Z-Score. I mean, we do see Yuntal Blade still kind of picked up on occasion for the Caitlyn's. But obviously, this is going to provide a lot more immediate pressure. It's going to give a lot more burst potential. And someone like Senna is just so squishy that this could be the angle they're looking for. Already a 20 CS lead, kind of between Z-Score and Gorka. And that's not even including the 2-0-1. So things are definitely starting to get out of control. But what do you think UCI need to do to kind of get back on this? As hold that thought, they're going to be diving. They're looking for Strongfist. Going to try to dash through, dealing damage to Z-Score and Ken. But again, Z-Score on a killing spree. Going to get the third. And now they're also going to continue pushing onto these plates. That's going to be 3 plates down on the top lane. And they have finally broken the 1K gold lead for the game.
Before that play, you asked, what do I feel like UCI needs to do here? And it's play the map. Play away from this Caitlyn if they're playing so heavy on that other side of the map. And they actually didn't have an opportunity of that. Albino is playing this weak side really, really well. On the mini map, you saw him kind of disengage here. Rose Thorn instead of going
to walk in Ken, looking for Ken. The Weaver's Wall is going to come through. The RetroZing is here as well. Now Headbutt Pulverize, Dawning Shadow over top. And Emperor's Divide going to take down Z-Score. And now RetroZing going to be the next. Double kill for Strongfist. Going to be able to heal up a little bit. Ken just trying to get away, but they may not have the follow-up necessary. No flashes available. Strongfist, do you have the extra dash? But with the shield, with the Mantra Q, not going to be able to come through. But again, good comeback. UCI have even out the gold lead. They get the dragon on the opposite side of the map. Chow Danny has 3 plates in the mid lane, and the gold lead is even.
Those are the kind of plays that I want to see come out from challenger players. You have a Caitlyn who, prior to that, was 3-1.
Pushed out and will get dove. Ken Puzzlebino gets the kill. And it is just UCI Chick-fil-A up here. Rosethorn is on the way, but Ken Puzzlebino just going to jump over the wall. They cannot follow, so it's going to be a free dive underneath the tower with no minions. And another kill turned back the way of Zero Animosity.
You know, you can't win them all. Strongfist came out ahead in that 2v3 there. Got the shutdown gold from the Caitlyn. Dying to the Zac, the weak side champion. Like, well, you can't win them all. And I would rather see that gold go over to the Zac than go on to that Caitlyn pick. This play right here, Strongfist played it incredibly well. You're going to see here, he flashes away from the shove. And if that landed, he would have been rooted up. And this play would have gone completely differently.
Yeah, and then we see that Emperor's Divide just splitting up the fight. Ken can't really help. Once those cooldowns are gone, the damage is just no longer there. But Strongfist has more than enough damage, especially just back from the reset. has the extra little bit of healing as well coming out from Cerulean, but not going to be able to find the final kill. The Inner Flame just kind of fully zones them away, but there's a fight breaking open in the bot lane. Roasthorn coming in from the side as well, but Ken gonna get rooted up. They have the Dawning Pack coming in, and that's going to be another kill going over to Roasthorn. 2-0 now, as Gorka at 41 stacks, by the way, starting to scale. And this is where the advantage that the Caitlyn had is going to start mattering less and less. And they could even try and get that first turret here or in the mid lane for Xiao Danny. But in the meanwhile, there is a fight over in the top side. There's a fight happening in the bot lane potentially as well, as Strumpus is getting dove by the Retro Zing. The Weaver's Wall was used there, so Strumpus is going to be going down 3-5-1, but still up 20 CS in spite of all that. And it's going to be the turret going down in the mid lane. First turret going the way of UCI. And I believe they're going to get the second one over in the mid lane as well. So gold lead finally starting to go over to UCI.
And a big key part of that was to stop Strumpus. Retro zoning had to go to the top side, which left Xiao Danny in the mid lane. And that's going to be mid lane tower going down here. So it's going to be map control now, given over to UCI. And this game might start looking different. Zcor is going to have to step up since he's the one with the gold here to start making things go differently. Because right now, UCI just walked away with 3 gold stars.
Yeah, they're going to be in a really good spot there. And we're watching the replay up here, and it looks like the Emperor's Divide was used by Strumpus. And because of that, that main self-peel tool is just not going to be there. Almost manages to get the kill back, but with the Weaver's Wall, with Retro Zing up here, there's just no way Strumpus was getting out of that.
We're going to have another potential fight here, as people are rotating here. I wonder if we have a 4v4 over this Rift Herald. If you are UCI, you have to be feeling confident. You've got gold in the pocket of Strumpus. You should be able to contest this objective.
Yeah, and I believe the feats are going to be getting close for the feats of the Monster Hunter here, so this is something they do want to contest. All 10 members are going to be here. Massive Shove is going to land onto Cerulean, but Puzzle Pino also taking a decent amount of poke. Gonna get hit by the root, by the last embrace, and actually a lot of damage on the shockwave is gonna come in, and Puzzle Pino will have that passive still available, but now by Hiroshita, actually the first one going down is gonna be Chick-fil-A. They're gonna trade back Ken Paz, but it's still gonna be 1-for-1. Both teams still have the HP to fight. Gorka still able to heal, but Hiroshita gonna be going in, gonna be able to get the resets, and with that, they're gonna be able to take down Xiao Danny. They're going to get the potential here, but yes, Z-Score going to be able to get the final hit onto the Rift Herald, and now it's still going to be a 3-for-2 in favor of Zero Animosity, and they also get the objective for themselves, but Gorka and Strumpus could still be looking for more, but it looks like Zero Animosity will just be able to back away.
That fight looks so promising for UCI. You had the ball delivery onto 2 people. I would love to see the replay there to see kind of what went wrong there, because the team fight looks so promising, but as soon as that first person fall, we got Viego resets, and the fight just flips over. Animosity is not backing down yet.
Yeah, and we do have that replay coming up for you, so Massive Shove is going to land, but let's see what happens after here.
Yeah, the biggest thing right now is notice that Albino is the person in the front line. That he's taking all the damage. You still have both carries at full health while all of this is going on. And Chick-fil-A is already down. There's nobody left in the front line. Retro Zoning still has full HP here in the fight to keep going forward. And there's that Alistar grab up. And Viego is ready to be the main character here. You don't pick Viego to be a side character.
Yeah, and it does seem like just having that extra headbutt pulverize was more than enough to start the fight as we were back in the game. Ken's going down. Master Shove already used, and Ken Paz Albino going to use the Elastic Slingshot. Doesn't seem to have the less balance available yet, and now it's going to start coming through, but Roasthorn already going to get the kill. So it is going to be a 2-for-0 in favor of UCI, and again, this entire series so far has just been non-stop brawling. It's hard to go into a replay because they keep fighting, but UCI going to come out on top this time.
And maybe, like, if you look at gold, we're pretty close in gold here. So the big advantage for one of the teams right now is UCI sitting on that 2 Drake point here, grabbing both objectives so far. So Dragon stacking is a goal here and a potential win con for UCI here, whereas Animosity is going to have to get more creative, find a big 5v5 team fight here to try to get something on the map and close out this game.
Yeah, and it's important to note that that dragon, I believe, was the feat going the way of UCI. So they are going to have that little bit of an advantage. They're going to have that little bit of extra stats coming out from the boot. So we'll help them with the scaling. And game one, they got outscaled, but though they still were able to win the game on the side of UCI. But this time around, they have the Senna, they have the Orianna, and the Azir. Their scaling is immense. But now Rosethorn getting jumped upon, trying to jump away, but there's too many players here. Chick-fil-A is on the way. Dawning Shadow gives the shield, but not going to be able to save Rosethorn. And now Chick-fil-A, kind of in no man's land, is trying to survive. The Unbreakable will buy a little bit of time, but in the end, Retrozing got to be able to get that kill. And now it's a 2-0 in favor of Zero Animosity. Oh, and as they say that, Gorka gonna be in a bad spot. The Elastic Slingshot and the Let's Bounce. Gorka should have nowhere to go. Heartbreaker for the final hit. And that's going to be Mahirushina getting another kill, but no real objectives to take. It looks like they're gonna go to bot lane, but it's just gonna be a one turret there.
Getting the mid lane turret here would be pretty big for them to open up the map, but for his credit, Gorka did clear the wave before dying there. I just want to highlight that's the power of the Zac pick there. Stepped up to try to auto attack Caitlyn, auto trade, knowing that Viego was on the top side, but Zac can slingshot over walls from anywhere and coming out from like no vision. There's a big blob coming over the wall.
Going to get hit by the massive shove and is going to go in instead. Headbutt pulverized, but the Unbreakable Will is still down, so comes back just to give Retrozing another kill.
I just find it how amusing how long Alistar lasted in the last fight, and then in this fight he died in 2 seconds without the ultimate. Just feel like completely different champions when you have that Alistar ultimate and when you don't.
Yeah, the Unbreakable Will definitely going to keep them alive for a while. And now the Otacon does get started. Mahirushina looking for the potential jump on a Rosethorn, but they're trying to prevent this Otacon from going over. And this is a place we've seen teams kind of lose their advantage, lose their lead, as TP from Shodani coming into the backside, but with the command dissonance will have the move speed to just be able to reset. And now it could be going in favor of UCI. And actually, Retro's going to get knocked off to the side. Mahirushina's going to be the steal. Gonna be able to get the smite, but now the Alistar is back again. They have the command shockwave in the back line, and right now Mahirushina looks to be low, but in the meanwhile, they have the elastic slingshot coming out from Ken Albino. Ken gonna be the next target instead, but with the blast gun, we'll be able to back away. But if it's just a 1-0, I think it's worth it for the Otacon.
You have to be feeling confident if you're Mira, because that's the second smite fight going his way. He won the Rift Herald smite fight, and now he won the Atacon smite fight. Gotta be feeling confident at this point in this game. That's gotta feel good.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to give a lot of stats going over, as now Massive Shove going to land on a Cerulean Ace in the hole to follow. Locket buys a little bit of time, but again, another pickoff. Cerulean just kind of walking a little bit too far, but now Strumpus looks to go in. There's a TP coming out. I don't know who this is. I think it's Camp Albino. Now the elastic slingshot, and Rosethorn gonna go down again. Retrozing just getting so many pickoffs, and that's the power of this Taliyah.
I'm just so surprised that fight went that way. When I saw the Rosethorn go in, I thought we were going to be seeing a different come out into New Fury with the double kill. Karma shields are just that big when you have the Moonstone. The empowered shield you get on it is so strong.
Yeah, an interesting build right now coming out from Ken. Gonna have a lot of that shielding power coming out, so it doesn't look like it's the AP build. It is going to be more of that support build from Karma, but now Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. It is going to be the Hextech Dragon, by the way, and it looks like both teams are starting to group, but Xiao Danny is a bit far and does not have TP, so first move, first position, definitely going to be there for Zero Animosity.
And the big objective, yes, Dragon's going to be spawning up here, but and they grab it, is that mid tower here so that you can start moving into their jungle, getting that vision set up. It's kind of like a pillar on the map. Out of the towers, that mid tower is the most valuable.
All right, it's going to come in. Command Shockwave on it too. Dawning Shadow over top. Ken's going to be the first one to go down. They're able to take down Retrozing. And now Mahirushina, no resets, going to be going down instead. Compulsive Bino with the elastic slingshot will be able to just create some distance, but not going to be able to create a play. And just like that, it looks like third dragon's going to be going over to UCI, but can pause albino. They managed to find him, but how much more can they get for it? Rosethorn just trying to jump in, just trying to poke away with those darkened daggers, but look at that self-heal, and Rosethorn actually could be in danger here. And same with Cerulean, but they have the damage. They force out the cell division, and this should be another kill and staggered death timers going the way of UCI.
I talked about the Caitlyn and the power of the early Caitlyn pick. I did not talk about this yet. How strong Senna is if she gets to her late game point. And I feel that one of the difference makers we're seeing right now is Gorka on the Senna is not getting picked out, and Senna has so much utility. His front line is, Nefiri, Alistar, not the strongest front line, but they're staying alive because you got the Senna heals, this Senna shield coming over the top of it. This pick's so strong if they're able to get two or three items.
Yeah, and the souls are definitely going to continue stacking for Gorka as well. They're going to be in an absolutely fantastic spot here, but 1k gold lead, and they have soul points, so next dragon could definitely be a threat. But now they're going to be coming in with Call of the Pack. Rosethorn trying to jump onto Ken, and this is a squishy. Gonna be a kill. Rosethorn able to get one, and with the reset, chasing onto My Hiroshina. But now instead, Kenpaz Albino will have the Elastic Slingshot, is trying to look for those stretching strikes, but not going to be able to find it yet. So UCI will get the pick off, but do they have anything that they can take after?
I mean, you got the Azir, your team comp, Azir with Gnasher's Tooth, should be able to shred this Baron buff if they look for it. Right now, they're trying to see if they can punish somebody stepping up too far, trying to get vision on this Baron here, but already Strompist positioning there in the river. I'd be looking for it, but no, they're looking mid.
Yeah, they're looking for Gorka. Massive Shove not going to land, but Weaver's Wall was burned for that, and Gorka trading so heavily, going for that massive carry play. Ghost is popped as well. Retro's like starting to get really low. Couple more autos, all that's necessary, and now Headbutt pulverized, and the rest of the fight, Shockwave to take down Z-Score, and eventually Retro's does go down. Gorka managing to get that final hit. Now Dark Dagger just trying to poke down, but in the meanwhile, Campos won't pause, getting those stretching strikes, Dawning Shadow over top, and it's not able to find a kill quite yet. Kenpaz Albino still running forward, and Cerulean still looking for it, and called the back. Rosethorn going absolutely insane in the backline, but will get punished for it. May have been a bit too far. And now they're caught between the tower. They don't have minions. Kenpaz Albino will get traded. Ken will get traded. The Heartbreaker does come out, but it's not enough. They dive so far, but it wins for them. UCI get a 5-for-1 trade.
They got the pick, and they knew they could go the team fight. They did not allow them to run away. They said, we got one kill. We know we can get the rest of them.
Yeah, and I mean, massive team fight for them as well. They're a 5k gold lead now. Gorka is going to be so powerful now. I mean, every team fight that goes the way of UCI means those are extra permanent stacks going over to this Senna. And on top of that, lots of gold going towards all of their carries. And I talked about this earlier, but this time around, UCI definitely going to have the scaling potential over Zero Animosity. And right now, they're definitely bringing it out.
One thing I'm really, really impressed with so far in this game is Rosethorn using the untargetable on the Nefiri. I mean, Nefiri's basically been playing the front line there, especially towards the end of that fight, diving into it, into the back line, 1v3 there. It's not very often, but Stromster
trying to 1v2 and actually doing a pretty good job so far, but the less bounce into the massive shove, but Emperor's Divide actually buying a decent amount of space, but it doesn't matter. Elastic Slingshot will come down, but because of that, UCI, they're going to secure themselves the Baron.
I mean, that's like your usual weak side play. They collapse on your top laner and you said, okay, let's get Baron. It's not very often that you see your top laner take somebody down with them. Stromp has been playing out of his mind here with the sidesteps. Almost takes Albino down with him. But applying that pressure does give UCI the Baron buff, and this could be a potential game closer.
Oh, Danny. Massive Shove is going to land. The Sombrero does at least catch onto My Hiroshina, and they might be able to trade it back. It's two versus two now, and they don't have Let's Bounce. Chick-fil-A is going to be here as well, but without the resets, they're not going to have the Heartbreaker coming out as the Viego is already down. Dawning Shadow over top. Hound's Pursuit. Got to try and dodge away a little bit. Massive Shove not going to land this time, and now it could be Ken pause Albino a little bit far away from the team, and will get stunned up, and the minions will actually give the extra damage. And now Strump is looking for Retrozing, but in the meanwhile, we're looking at the minimap. There's so much pressure coming in through the mid lane. Retrozing will be able to back away, but now Gorka gonna get shut down by Ken, as we see it in the picture-in-picture play. And this game is just absolute chaos. And the fights might still not be over. Rosethorn doesn't have Call of the Pack yet, but is still looking with those Darkened Daggers. And instead, Headbutt Pulverized onto Ken. Ken starting it pretty low. Will get taken down. The trample not going to be up there yet, but Strumpus from behind. Where are these players coming from? And now Z-Score going to flash away. Retrozing now with Call of the Pack going to come in. Rosethorn's on a rampage. I don't even remember how this fight started or who's gone, but UCI seem to be alive for now as the soul is spawning.
Oh, we're not done yet.
Actually, gotta get interrupted. I thought this was over. That was my mistake. And now my Hiroshima gotta take a decent amount of damage. Ace in the hole was already burned by Z-Score, but it was one of them fake ace in the holes.
You got the kill in the mid lane, and normally the other team starts to march down from their base. Oh my goodness, we're not done yet!
Coming in through there, they're gonna use the shockwave for it as well. They're gonna have everything. And now the Cell Division is gonna get procced, and that's gonna be a kill. Going over this time to Shao Danny, and the soul is available. They're missing Retrozing, they're missing Kinpaz Albino. Weaver's Wall is available, but the TP is not. Retrozing still gonna need some time, but the smite is there. Hiroshima can look for this, but the steal doesn't look like they want it. They're just going to give up soul. Ken not able to steal with an inner flame, and UCI, they have the Hex Tech soul.
Can you just pause for a second and imagine that you're in this game and you have a Nefiri Call of the Pack go over a wall like we could see here really quick? Because we've been fighting for 5 minutes. I'm not going to try to color cast. We're just going to see more fighting come out here. But imagine the slow that Nefiri is going to get here from the Hex Tech. Call of the Pack is going to be deadly here for Rosethorn now.
Yeah, and I mean, everyone is starting to get so strong on the side of UCI. And Shao Danny even going to bring in the TP, but now Kinpaz Albino may be a little bit too far up, but it looks like they're not willing to go onto the Zac quite yet. Instead, there's a fight happening over the top side. Gorka getting jumped upon. And Gorka is going to be fine for now. They have the stun, but the elastic slingshot just in time to get over the wall. But the push in the bot lane is still going to be coming through for UCI.
This map position is looking oddly familiar here. Setting up the Azir on weak side and then 4-manning the other lane. That's how they got Baron earlier. This is the same play, just inversed.
Yeah. And now, I mean, looking over at the gold lead doesn't matter quite as much since this is another post 30-minute game, but it is going to be a 6K gold lead going in favor of UCI. And I'm going to sound a bit like a broken record here, but it is important to talk about the fact that they're going to be the ones outscaling, and we're really starting to see it. The Z-Score just not really able to do as much in fights as Gorica, down a level now. And I said this to you at the start of the game, but how do you think Zero Animosity, what do they need to do to get back into the game?
It's a hard one because the way you get back into the game is just not being in this position in the first place. You picked the early pressure in the bot lane. The goal was to not fall this far behind. So now you gotta have to lean and hope for a miracle play here from the Talia. Use the Weaver's Wall, get some pressure on the map, and find your pick so that the fight's a 4v5. Because if it's a 5v5, you're losing that just outright, as they're not even giving them room to breathe and look for a pick here already. Crashing waves here, but that would be my say. Look for the pick there with the Viego Invisibility or the Talia Weaver's Wall.
In, flash forced away from Rosethorn. Classic Slingshot and Let's Bounce used from Kinpaz Albino, but not going to be useful. Not going to be able to find the pick. I mean, Rosethorn's still forced to flash out. That is a pretty big summoner spell. That's not going to be available in the next team fight, but it's still going to be difficult. Like you said, they're just going to be really difficult for them to come back due to this composition.
There's a ray of sunshine there for them, a ray of hope to get the pick on Rosethorn. Yeah, you got the flash, but that's one summoner down for the next fight, and that just gives you the hope to know that you are able to find those picks that you have to get back into this game. So demonstrating that they have the ability to do it The question is, can they do it before this Baron buff spawns up?
Yeah, and that's really going to be the question. 15 seconds left, and it doesn't look like UCI really want to give them the opportunity. Strumpus is the only one that's kind of up, but does have that Sun Disc available. And one thing I do want to point out that I actually just noticed, but look at Kinpaw's Albino CS. Has definitely been having a big struggle this game.
I'm here for utility. Listen, we have Knight's Vow. I'm just a frontliner. I'm just a happy blob of a frontliner here to be seen.
Oh, but Shockwave is going to get used, and now they're just burning everything. Kinpaw's Albino actually going to survive for now and will stay alive. The healing coming out from Ken, the extra shielding. And that's going to be so many ultimates burned. That was Call of the Pack, that was Command Shockwave, and that was also the Unbreakable Will. And all of that for Let's Bounce and Weaver's Wall. But Weaver's Wall isn't quite a team fighting ability, not completely, but Gorka's still going to trade with Z-Score, and TP will be forced out of Kinpaw's Albino, but the Baron is available, so this could be an opportunity for either one of these two teams to get a massive power play coming up.
Yeah, Retro threaded a needle there with the Weaver's Wall, cutting off both Azir and Senna, so there was no follow-up DPS for a very, very long time. A crucial Weaver's Wall to save that team fight. We're going to have to see what happens with this next
They're going to go
fight.
in. They have the root. They're looking for Kinpaw's Albino. And again, the Cell Division's going to come out. But now Cerulean in the bad spot. But Command Shockwave lands on it too. They're able to take down Ken. They're able to take down Mahirushita. And Retrozing with everything just coming through. It's going to be a 5-0 ace for UCI. They're going to march through the mid lane. And this should be the series going the way of UCI Irvine.
That's not an easy game to win here. Having to navigate the weak pressure point of the bot lane. Survived it out. And then, honestly, I love him getting the highlight clip there. Strumpus with a two-man shove. Watching the health bars just disappear. The Azir on the weak side here really, really secured UCI the win here in game 2.
Yeah, and it was an absolutely fantastic game for them as well. I mean, both of those games were really close, game 1 and game 2, but once it gets to that mid to late game, it seemed to be that UCI were just kind of able to take the wheel, take control, and kind of like the soul fight in game 1, this was for positioning for the Baron, and UCI were just kind of able to come out on top with it.
The control around vision is another key part of that. I mean, both times that fight started, Animosity is in a pretty poor position there. You see that UCI had control of the River Shrub, and they're trying to move in that, and as soon as they did, Albino takes a headbutt pulverize to the face.
Yeah, I mean, Cerulean definitely finding a lot of different angles for engage there, and I mean, we can even see that damage dealt. And I mean, they had a pretty solid lead over on that Caitlyn. Z-Score was actually performing really well for most of the game, but it doesn't matter. Gorka's on the Senna. The scaling is going to be there, and eventually did end up out damaging Z-Score. So, I mean, huge game played by really the entire team of UCI.
Very, very impressed. I do not want to see Nefiri in my own games. This game did not change that opinion at all. Rosethorn using the unblockable or whatever it's called, like untargetable, to be a frontline tank on an assassin pick. Like, that's just absurd.
Yeah, I mean, it always make things more difficult, but do you have any final thoughts on this series?
I think I said it earlier at the end of the game, but very, very impressed with Strumpus. Azir top is not something I thought I'd be seeing in a competitive 5v5 atmosphere, but played it incredibly well on weak side. Really got UCI that first Baron by absorbing 3 people's worth of pressure there. So very, very impressed to see that Azir pick come out and be piloted so well, which is where my excitement was. I got to see him have that flash around 14 minutes to win out in that 2v3, which is a lot of fun to watch. So my player of the game is going to Strumpus.
Yeah, all right. I mean, that's definitely a solid pick. Played absolutely insanely well, but with that, Zero Animosity is not eliminated. Going to be getting sent down to the lower bracket, but UCI going to be in the top 8 of the upper bracket. I mean, this is going to be a very good showing for them no matter what. At this point, UCI is definitely going to be happy with their result, but I suspect they'll go through more. But for now, we are going to go to a break, but we are going to be following more teams as we head on. So stay tuned. We're going to have a second series for you today as soon as we're back. So don't go anywhere. See you soon.
you, looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side.
to protect your soul.
Hello and welcome back to part 2 of the Titan Esports cast. Now, we're going to continue following UCI, and this time they're against DIH, the big streamer team. But Bredicus, are you ready for the second series of the day?
I am ready for it. Game 1, or I guess Series 1, did not disappoint when it came to kind of the high stakes, high mechanical gameplay. And now we got the kind of fan club coming in here to just even farther push the tempo on the ceiling of how highly skilled these players are.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of these players have already kind of shown their stuff. I believe Cat Evolved and Perry have both played in the NACL before and have performed very well in the NACL. So seeing them here just in the qualifier, I do expect to see some great things coming out from both of them. But at the same time, UCI, they're no slouches. So this should be a pretty fun series going forward.
Especially coming off the back of that pretty decisive win that we just got to watch. You've got the confidence, you've got the momentum here. I'm just curious, what's another weird pick we could see come out in the top lane here?
I mean, at this point, nothing that Strompus would pick would surprise me except a regular top lane pick. If they played something even like the Gwen, which is still like more of a carry, that would still surprise me. I expect we'll see maybe again the Azir. The Varus performed extremely well in game 1 as well. Was definitely a very unique build coming out, but maybe that'll be able to give them kind of that little bit of an X factor because Strompest looks really solid mechanically. And I mean, basically everyone on the side of DIH, these are all massive streamers. I mean, and I've watched Sanchovi's many a time play on that Camille. But I do think Strompus might have the edge there, and especially with those strange picks, it's something that Sanchovi's hasn't really practiced into. Could be a little bit difficult for DIH there.
You've heard of the Church of Chovy, but maybe tonight becomes the Church of Sanchovy? Or are we? Could that be something?
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to see. Really gonna depend on Sanchovi's play. I gotta have to convince me, but I mean, I definitely think it's possible. Like I said, this entire team is just full of really strong players. I mean, we're already in the upper bracket of OQs, and I probably should give a little bit of an intro on that, but these are the open qualifiers. Before we had the upper bracket of 16, this is going to be the upper bracket of 8. So these teams, if they're able to win, they're just going to be one more series away from qualifying to that promotion tournament, and that's what this is all about. Both these teams, they've already performed extremely well. DIH and UCI both have just had monstrous matches time and time again for this tournament. And this is going to be both of these teams' toughest test. But just looking at the name brands here, do you have kind of any favor towards one of these teams, Bredicus?
I am the new kid on the block when it comes to the production team. I've sat in my little niche area of League of Legends casting, Emerald to Gold games. So all of this is brand new to me. But I've heard so much about this DIH squad, but I have to acknowledge they're the crowd favorites here tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, DIH, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult for the drafting for UCI because, I mean, Cat Evolved, you can tell by the name, is that Katarina one trick. Sanchovi's plays so much Camille. Not entirely a one trick. I mean, none of these players are one tricks, obviously, but they are famous for these champions specifically. And Free Palestine, obviously, that's Hamza for anyone who's not aware, but a huge Draven one trick. And on that Draven is just an absolute powerhouse. So with Gorica being able to play it, though, I wonder if that's something they'll let through the draft and maybe play themselves on the side of UCI.
Yeah, this is going to be Fearless tonight, correct?
Yep, it's full Fearless.
And I think actually being a one trick in Fearless benefits you a lot. I know that's like kind of counterintuitive, but the fact being that the later and later you get, the smaller the champion pools get, the more likely you're going to get that one trick game where somebody thinks like, all right, we're pushed against the wall. Do we ban out the meta pick? Like, Naafiri is a good example of that. Are we going to ban away Naafiri, the champion that's in a really solid state in the meta? Or are we banning the one trick? And a lot of teams will go, all right, let's see if we can handle it. Let's see if they can. We'll give them the one trick. It's Draven is a great example of that. Very solo QE. That champion's got some weaknesses. I think we can handle it. And then the one trick just stomps that one game.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking more on Fearless Draft, It's definitely one aspect of it. The other aspect is the meta picks are meta because of the meta. They counter all the strong champions, but once all those strong champions already played, they may not be quite as important. And now a lot of the other counters are starting to be able to come out. Like, there's just some situations where you don't want to play certain characters, like the Fiora. We haven't seen Fiora kind of in the mainstream for a while, but we are heading into draft for game number 1. And as a reminder, upper bracket, top 8 already, or top 8 of the upper bracket. This is a slightly new format for those of you who knew OQs last year, but same one as last split. And instant Senna bound coming out from DIH.
You have to wonder if they tuned in to the stream and don't want to see that go up again.
Yeah, I mean, Gorica played extremely well on that Senna, got so many stacks, and even into the Caitlyn, and that's one of the hardest lanes for the Senna. I was still able to just stack up, still managed to get enough CS to be able to participate in the first few fights, and then just kind of fully outscaled. But the Varus ban, I mean, I know Gorica plays it, but at this point, it's kind of a whammy ban. It's going to ban it away from Gorica and from Strompus, so a lot of value there coming out from DIH.
You said it, and now I can't get it out of my head. I think it would be so much fun to see a Camille game come out here tonight.
Well, it isn't banned. Hamza's Draven did get banned, so we're not going to be seeing that. But out of the other picks, Katarina is available. Obviously not very meta at the moment, but if anyone can pull it off, it would be Katabal. But with a Talia picked, that's probably going to be that mid lane pick. And that's also going to be taking it away from Xiao Danny. So 2 series in a row, Xiao Danny not going to be able to get that Talia for himself.
And I like Talia a lot because of what it's able to do when it comes to the mid jungle duo. You're able to push and wave, and then with the wall movement speed, you're able to kind of buddy up and get a good invade off. And so I would be excited to see a early pressure jungler, kind of thinking like a Vi, for example, come through here for parry jungle.
Yeah, the Vi was banned out by UCI already, but yeah, so a lot of the early game junglers have been kind of targeted towards parry. The Volibear's gone, the Vi's gone. There are still some picks that could provide that extra little bit of pressure. I mean, Jarvan could be an option for them, but they're going for some really aggressive plays here. I mean, they saw the Tristana locked in for Gorica, and that's going to be the Lucian Nami combo coming in for Free Palestine, Hamza, and Redemption.
I'm excited for that bot lane. The pressure that you're able to apply with the Lucian Nami is very, very intense. So I asked for early game pressure. We just got it in a different place.
Yeah, and I mean, that early game pressure is definitely going to come out. Gorica and Cerulean going to be on that Tristana and Nautilus together in the bot lane, so they could look for an aggressive play themselves, because if they're able to just burst down the Nami, they could try and kind of keep going with it. But like you were talking about before, getting that extra pressure coming out of the jungle, Poppy and Sejuani banned away by UCI, definitely 2 large playmakers, and at the same time, just 4 jungle bans coming in. DIH banning away the Nefiri and the Shinzao as well.
Yeah, for DIH, the question becomes who's your frontliner at this point, because you've kind of picked 3 squishy champions, especially that Nami. Your frontline cannot be coming from the support position, so somebody else is going to be the sad responsibility of tank duty. So it's going to be Maokai opted in here, which I would imagine that's going to be going to the jungle.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be Perry playing it. I think Sanchovi's probably might be able to play it, but it's still not super common to see. And that's the Sanchovi's champion right there, bringing in the Scion. You wanted a front line? Here's 2.
There's 2 of them. And one of the strongest frontliners in the game going to be that Scion pick. And now we're just signed up for a boring top lane, answered by Cho'Gath.
That's not the strongest picks I'm used to. I mean, it looks like they might be taking this game a little bit more seriously going into this series.
And going up against the names here on DIH, like Sanjovi, Cat Evolved, like, they might be kind of locking in, taking it more seriously, like you just kind of said there, knowing that this is going to be their big challenge here, already into the round of 8, and this might be their hardest opponent they face this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be up there. DIH, in my opinion anyway, I do think they're one of the favorites to make that promotion tournament alongside Citadel and Galaxy. So this is definitely going to be a very tough match for UCI, but at the same time, all of these UCI players have proven themselves time and time again. They are no slouches. They are going to be a strong team. I mean, Gorica, Xiaodani, Rosethorn, Cerulean, they are names that have been seen time and time again in the challenger scene, both in collegiate and in the open qualifiers before. But again, this is going to be a very tough game for them. But looking at the draft, if we take away the nameplates, which draft do you favor for this game?
So that's a really hard question to answer because nameplates are going to be so important here. I was going to say, if no nameplates, UCI, absolutely. The Nautilus is going to be able to kind of neutralize the pressure of Lucian Nami here. And if that bot lane doesn't get off its feet and get up and going, Tristana is going to outrange the Lucian. And then I love the Cho'Gath. I love Cho'Gath so much for the pressure you're able to apply kind of mid-game. That the ultimate can kind of take somebody down that's at 25% health. And so when you get to that mid-game point, I expect him to have more agency during the team fights than Sion. So I'm leaning towards UCI here. That's with nameplates off. That's if Lucian Nami don't get a lead.
Yeah, but either way, here we are. We're in map number 1 between DIH and UCI. And right now, it looks like both teams just kind of going to be doing that 5-point, though. Rosethorn and Stromp is going to be cheating tempo a little bit with the way they're set up right now, but should be a pretty interesting start. And where do you think this pressure is really going to start coming out from Rosethorn and Perry Jungle?
I would imagine that they're going to be looking here towards the mid lane, or honestly, into the jungle itself. I think we do see Cat Evolved get the wave pushed in here against the Victor and try to pair up with the Maokai. Maokai has a lot of CC and some underrated early game damage there. So I imagine we might see an early invade come out. That's my theory.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. These are all players that play with confidence. They're willing to play aggressively. And I think that's what makes tournaments like the OQs so much fun, because it's really where you get to see all those different styles. They don't care about pro meta. They care about their own meta. And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing here. But over in the mid lane, it didn't bring it up during the draft, but this is the same matchup that Xiaodani did play over in game number 1 of the previous series versus No Animosity. So gonna be pretty interesting to see, as actually Rosethorn looking for the invade, but Perry gonna be able to secure the ground, but is starting to get pretty low. Rosethorn stacks up the Conqueror Flash Force from Perry and will likely lose the Wolves here. So huge invade coming out from Rosethorn.
Man, I was just slightly off about my timing. It was Rosethorn moving into the jungle before Kalila could come over and help out the jungler. And of course, in the top lane, they're just trading health bars, too preoccupied in the noodle fight to come out, leaving Perry high and dry with no help from the laners.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the difficult part of it. And Stromp is actually going to be fighting with Sanchovies and getting definitely the winning trade. I mean, that's just Cho'Gath over in the early game, though, does have that passive, going to be able to heal back up with the Carnivore. And it allows a lot of that extra HP, a lot of extra mana. So any kind of trading that is even to start with is going to be in the lead for Strompist. And I believe Cho'Gath also got buffed for those Vorpal Spikes, as now able to land the Rupture. And Sanchovies is really low, could be threatened for a dive, but without Rosethorn could definitely be difficult to accomplish.
Strompist is not slowing down from this previous series. Continued applied pressure, even in a tank versus tank matchup. He's playing it as if Cho'Gath is a duelist. And he got the kill!
Yeah, first blood going over, and that's an execution. That's not even going to be a kill going back to Sanchovies, so that's a massive kill to get for Strompist. First blood going over to UCI.
And in the most unexpected lane, honestly, I thought maybe Rosethorn was going to keep applying pressure, but no, Strompist is here, and he's here to fight.
Yeah, let's take a look at what happened. They're able to land that Rupture, and is also able to back away in time, and that's going to be that shield getting burned away, and the flash with the Vorpal Spikes, and also with that extra little bit of damage from the grasp. I think that actually might have been necessary to get that kill, but huge lead already for Strompist. Getting that tier stacking up already gonna help out a lot, as both of these tanks can infinitely stack that HP.
I do want to highlight that this is just some classic Scion gameplay. Despite dying, Scion is up in CS.
Yeah, it is going to get even out a little bit. There was a pretty large wave pushing into Strumpus, but again, the trading just favoring this Cho'Gath. But right now, Perry is in the jungle over on the Krugs, and Rosethorn able to spot them out right now. I'm not sure how much they were able to steal away, but still, yeah, it looks like they were able to steal away the entire Krugs. But that's still going to be the camp lead going over towards Rosethorn. And Rosethorn even going to be able to get a bit of a reset now. Still has the items. And Perry has not had a chance to reset after that initial invade has come through.
Zhao Danny getting that really nice little trade there. But this Victor needs to pick up some more AP before he's really able to answer here. If you've been paying attention to mid lane, Cat Evolved continually gets the first crash in the lane. Just with the Qs, Tilia is out pacing the Victor in lane currently, and that's what's been able to protect Perry from these invades.
Yeah, and being able to protect Perry, especially with Rosethorn, clearly willing to play aggressive, and even now, gonna be invading onto Perry, and Rosethorn just gonna jump in, immediately start wailing away, doesn't have the red buff this time, but Seismic Shove gonna pull back Rosethorn, and quite a bit of damage coming in from Cat Evolved, but still not going to be able to steal away the camp, and Perry actually coming out on top there. Should have the HP to continue on the Krugs, and Rosethorn just can no longer continue invading at a third HP.
A really impressive shove there. Also, being able to grab Rosethorn despite the fact that he used the clone, kind of predicted the dash forward there. So really, really small things, but I think the small moments are what give you confidence to go for the big plays later in the game.
Yeah, and that's all that they really need for themselves. But now, because of that play, though, Cat Evolved just kind of fully out of mana, and Xiao Danny kind of abusing that and being able to just walk forward and get more and more trading. And will force out, not going to be able to force out the reset yet from Cat Evolved, but it's definitely going to be difficult to stay in that lane. But Xiao Danny also going to be low on mana there, but I mean, CS discrepancies not really starting to come out too much yet. A little bit in the lead for Hamza over in the bot lane. Whereas in the mid lane, Xiao Danny does have an 8 CS lead for himself. So kind of even out for the entire map. Oh, but we do see a Dredgeline going into the bot lane. They're looking on a redemption, and one more auto necessary. Gorka gonna be able to get the kill, but now Hamza still looking for Gorka, gonna be able to get the piercing light, but with the rocket jump, Gorka's gonna be safe. Cerulean gets the third kill, and the Feats of Warfare going to UCI.
Rosethorn dropped the Dragon aggro. I thought we were going to see some jungle intervention, but no. On their own, Orca and Chick-fil-A come out in the 2v2 without jungle intervention. Unexpected here in the bot lane. I mean, it's Lucian Nami. They're supposed to be winning the early game fights, but Chick-fil-A with the crucial dredge line to get it all started here, and they actually win the first 2v2 in the bot lane.
Yeah, I know Strumpus really for the kill and will force out the flash from Sanchovis, and Strumpus playing this lane extremely well right now, despite that little bit of pressure from Perry earlier on, and they do manage to spot out Cat Evolved on the way there. Weaver's Wall is available, so it could definitely be a dangerous spot for Strumpus to be in. But now with another Rupture gonna land, looking for those Vorpal strikes, almost has enough for the chop and will be able to get it. That Feast is going to get the kill. Stromp is gonna have that extra little bit of HP, and now they can start contesting onto these grubs. Perry has already started, managed to get one of them, but again, gonna be forced to flash over the wall, and one grub does help, but it's not gonna be enough to get them that feat, and it's not gonna be enough to get them those little grublings.
And Chick-fil-A rotating up here for the bot lane too. That's off the recall, so Free Palestine and Redemption aren't able to apply any pressure there. And so that's going to be grubs just secured. UCI coming out ahead in another early game fight here.
Yeah, and UCI just really managing to come out on top. 1.3k gold lead, but Seismic Shove gonna land pretty good trade going back onto Xiao Danny. Sitting at half HP. TP is available, so if they're forced to reset, wouldn't be the worst pick. Cat Evolved also pretty low on mana, so unless Perry gets a play going soon, most likely won't be able to happen. But in the meanwhile, in the bot lane, Hamza going to get the kill over onto Gorka, and that's what you want out of this lane. The culling did get burned there, so it looks like they just did an all-in onto Gorka, and they managed to get themselves the first kill of the game for themselves.
It's really, really interesting. I feel like this is what we were just watching earlier today. Every time we go to commentate, there's just another fight here. And it's Strumpus finding another kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be Sanchovi's trying to proxy, but proxying's hard when you don't get the kills. But let's see what happened down in that bottom lane.
There's the power of the Lucian Nami getting the E from Nami and then landing the bubble despite, I think Gorka still had jump there.
Yeah, I think if that bubble doesn't land, Hamza definitely goes down there. They're going to be able to get the kill, but I mean, huge props for Redemption. If you're able to land that bubble, that's all that's really necessary there. But with that, it's going to be basically even in the bot lane, but that is going to be the Essence Reaver completed for Hamza. They do have that full completed item. They're up 11 CS, 14 CS now, and Gorka just hasn't had the chance to finish off those Yuntal blades, so going to be a big power spike coming in from Free Palestine.
We might finally have a slow moment for this game. A breath of fresh air. There's no objectives here. Junglers are going to be on rotation here. Rosethorn picking up his last camp. We might see a gank here in the bot lane, but there's vision for it, so I don't think he's going to be able to get in here and not get caught on his way over. Finally, a breath of fresh air and some calm on the Rift.
Yeah, and Gorka going to be able to pick up that wave. Dragon spawning in a minute and a half, so both teams should be getting started with their vision control here over in that bottom river. But actually, instead, it looks like Perry and Catavolve, they're looking for a potential play on a Strumpus. I imagine that's what this is, but Catavolve just going to back away. They see Strumpus is backed away as well, so Weaver's Wall not going to be committed, but definitely an opportunity as Garulid uses that Hex Slash, but was on a ward.
Yeah, if you're going to try to make a play top, there was kind of your opportunity for it. 2 minutes or a minute out from the objective is a really good time to do it. But then you're blowing yourself or your spells. So, for example, Catvolve not having the Weaver's Wall would be a pretty big disadvantage. So everybody's prepping for this dragon fight. We might see a 5v5 come out here. Nope. We had Sanchovy use the TP going to the top side here. So Sion shouldn't join this dragon fight.
Yeah, and I can't imagine Strumpus will either. We see them walking up to that top lane. But some interesting items to be seen there. There is the Cull on Sanchovi's, and Strumpus has that completed Heartsteel. So going to be able to continue stacking that HP, and that HP is really going to start hurting, especially once they start fighting people that are not the Scion. But Dredgeline almost connects onto Perry. Could definitely be a dangerous moment, but right now, DIH, they're able to get the first move, and they do have the vision control currently building up in this bottom river, but both sides could be getting ready for this fight, and we do see Sanchovi's is roaming down Strumpus, maybe a little bit behind, but actually pinging towards the towards that top lane turret. It looks like they're willing to give it up. Maybe Rosethorn can go for his steal. They're going to have that Unraveled Earth, just trying to prevent the dash, and it is just going to be the Dragon safely going over to DIH. Oh, but as I say that, that's where the engage comes through. They're going to have the Dredge Line. They're looking for Cat Evolved. The Cyclone not going to be able to come out from Rosethorn, and now it's going to be there, but it's only on to Perry, and they already have two. They do trade back Perry, and now Gorka trying to run away. Xiao Danny in a bad spot, looking for Redemption, going to dodge away on everything, but they still have a 2-on-1. Xiao Danny gonna go down. It's a 3-for-2 in favor of DIH, and they get themselves the Dragon.
The play was just a little bit too late. Cat Evolved zoned away Rosethorn very, very well there. So they secured the dragon, and then at that point, it feels like UCI, like, we're all grouped here, we gotta go for something. And Chick-fil-A does land the dredge line, but there's just no follow-up damage for it. Xiao Danny isn't able to close the distance. Look how far away he is from the fight right now. And by the time he gets here, all the CC has already been blown.
Yeah, they're not able to get that gravity field just on top of the team. And I think if they managed to get that, that definitely could have been a different fight. But, I mean, still, it was fairly close. And, I mean, as we're seeing in the picture-on-picture, though, Strumpus was able to get the first turret in the top lane during all of that. And is going to start backing away. I believe that also gives them the feats. But now, 3-on-1, Strumpus is going to try to survive as long as possible. Make that 4-on-1. just in case 3 is not enough. Katavov going to be handed over the kill, and 709 gold from the shutdown going to be going the way of Katavov.
That's such a big bounty on Cho'Gath. Just the amount of gold and how much of a difference he's gotten over Chovy, Sanchovy in the top lane there, gave him that huge bounty. I'm just shocked that Cho'Gath had that kind of a bounty here.
Yeah, especially into something like a Scion. Definitely not what we typically see, but we saw this over in the previous series. UCI just getting full advantage on these structures, getting so much damage to them early on. Already got the top turret, already got the bottom turret, and now they can kind of set up their lanes the way they like. And it does seem like Strompist is going to be the one chosen for bot lane. Xiao Danny going to get going to the top lane, and they're going to send their AD carry support down through the mid.
Another big thing to highlight right now is Imperial Mandate coming through for Redemption. So this is kind of the moment that Lucian Nami comes online because of the ability to activate Imperial Mandate on the Lucian passive auto attacks. And so I would imagine we're going to start seeing those two move around the map, and kind of Lucian will pop ultimate, get somebody down to about like 50% health, dash in with the Mandate buff, and be able to kind of make some big plays happen here. As
now Danny jumped upon Arcane Field, going to be coming through, but I mean nowhere really to go. I kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Katavov again just going to be handed that kill as Sanchovi's just going to get that efficient recall out, not wasting any time there with that kill.
And that Talia, I'm 3-0-2. That's 2 kills going over to it, handed over from the team. Cat Evolve is going to be a big playmaker here now with the mobility and map control that Talia brings to the table. Gold in her pocket, ready to take over this game.
Yeah, and with that, they're also going to be able to take down the Rift Herald, which can kind of help out with this structural deficit, because we're still seeing Strompus getting so much value on this bot lane as well. This tier 2 almost down to half HP. And this Cho'Gath is definitely going to be scary. Just going to use the Feast on one of those minions. Probably going to be looking to back away now, but the gold is dead even now between these two teams, but Cat Evolved kind of holding the vast majority of that gold for DIH.
Which is where you kind of want it when you're at this mid-game point and you're equal in gold. Yes, Lucianami is very, very strong, but since they get the lead here, you kind of need to have some late-game insurance, and Talia is here to do that. Consistently pushing in Zhao Danny, and then is the first one to the rotation.
Yeah, they're going to be in a pretty solid spot here now, though. The next dragon is spawning soon. Feast should be back up for it. And that's kind of going to be one of the big advantages the UCI will have for these objectives, having that kind of double smite coming in. And I believe Feast is even stronger than smite, so going to be a very big opportunity. But now both teams are starting to posture for it. The TP comes out from Xiao Danny just to get here as fast as possible. They have the dredge line. They're looking for everything. Perry just going to get burst down. And now over top, depth charge hitting onto Hamza. But they have the Arcane Storm over top. Not going to be enough. It's going to be 1-for-1 trade so far. But Sanchov is just tanking forever. Now it's 2-for-2 Silver, but the Cyclone in the back of the fight. Brosor now looking for Hamza, going to be able to finish them off. Gorica surviving at single-digit HP. It's a 4-for-2, and the only survivor is that Nami. Redemption going to go home and tell the tale.
Big Filet got that all started with the dredge line, and a really big thing is off the back of the dredge line, he pops the ultimate on to Hums. And so Lucian's zoned away. He kind of has to just wait for that ultimate to go off and not engage until that lands onto him. That gives time for Gorka to shred the front line. And once the front line was dead, we saw the jump in, secure the triple kill, and they're walking away with Dragon as their last trophy for that team fight.
Yeah, and speaking of the gold being in the right places, 5-1-3 on Gorka. Gorka is huge right now. They did get the feats as well, so those boots just going to be giving them more and more scaling. And I mean, let's take a look over at what happened down here. And it's actually going to be the start of the play here. So Sanchovi's not quite ready to join the fight right at the start. And that does give him the opportunity just to take down Perry and continue going on with the rest of the play.
You just see that flash forward from Chick-fil-A to get Death Charge onto that Lucian and kind of zone him away from that fight. Rose Thorn, that big ultimate. I didn't see that at first here going into that backline.
Yeah, no, the Cyclone from Rose Thorn really helped out a lot. Basically made sure that Hamza just not able to join the fight and actually ends up winning out the 1v1. But I think even if they weren't able to take down Free Palestine there, that just wouldn't be enough for them. Having that Lucian out of the fight, whether or not they go down, that's all that was necessary. As now Dredgeline almost going to land, but Hamza knew the limits, was able to play within them as a TP actually coming in from Strompus. I'm wondering what the play is getting called here right now for UCI.
I thought it was going to be Crash mid lane here. You have Tristana, which with her grenade or E or whatever the ability is called, is able to take down turrets pretty quickly. But it's going to be a rotation down here to Atacon, but so is DIH rotating down. We're going to have another 5v5 come in here. Atacon's down to about 50% health, so they have to find their way.
Trump is taking a lot of damage, but again, they're just focusing on Perry, and Perry's going to get taken down. But the seismic shove finds Rosethorn, but Rosethorn still going to be able to survive. Sanchovi's starting to get low, will get finished off by Gorica, and it's a 2-for-0 to start. But now Sanchovi's with that passive just going to continue running through them. And actually, the Otacon resets. And with the HP bars, and actually, never mind, Rosethorn will get taken down. Cat Evolve manages to get the kill, but even so, with just 3 members, with no smite, they may not be able to take Otacon, but still, 2-for-1 for UCI, as the play's going to reset, and I think we're going to come right back here.
It's so interesting just to see that play start evolving their Strompus zoning away. It feels like the entire team of DIH in the front line here. Just kind of 1v3 here. He's lasting forever as the team's deciding, do we keep pressuring Atacon or not? By the time they join up in the fight, Stromp's still alive.
Yeah, Stromp is just kind of surviving everything, and we see the Heartsteel stacks coming through from Sanchovi's, but I think between the Hextech Ray and the Explosive Charge coming out from Xiao Danny and Gorica, it's just so difficult for the Sion to survive. They have so much damage, but we see that extra seismic shove coming in from Cat Evolved, able to get that kill for themselves. 5, 1, and 3 on the Taliyah, and the other carry Gorica 7, 1, and 3. So it's really going to be the tale of 2 carries as we head later on into the game.
And if I had to put money on it, my money would be on Cat Evolved here, playing so well in this game. In that fight there, like, we kind of saw it around 2 minutes in the very early game, but for a second time, successfully predicts where Rosethorn is going into the dash, as it's just Atacon? Wait, no contest?
Yeah, just a free Otacon going the way of UCI, but they try to get mid-power, but Xiao Dan was able to cancel it. But now instead, the dredge line does land, and that they're going to be going on to the back line as well. They found Cat Evolved, and Cat Evolved's going to go down. Rosethorn able to get the kill, and Sanchovi's is alone in the front line. We'll try to get away, but the flash from Xiao Danny going to be able to cancel that unstoppable onslaught. It's a 2-for-0. They get the Otacon, and now they can just continue shoving down mid, but Hamza going to be able to at least clear the wave to save their tier 2, but that was a big fight for UCI.
Chick-fil-A coming up clutch again. Depth charge onto the carry, followed up by Xiao Danny, and Cat Evolved isn't the carry any longer.
Yeah, not anymore. Maybe later on. I mean, right now it does look like they are building towards that armor pen item, or magic pen item for Cat Evolved. But after that, I think they definitely will need to get a Zhonya's. Because right now, if you're managed to catch on to Cat Evolved, especially with depth charge being a thing, there's just nothing they can really do about it.
Just the layered CC, going to get the field from Victor to get the second stun onto Cat Evolved. Being ahead in gold really doesn't mean much when you're just underneath a CC layer. Yeah, and then, of course, the play just goes long because Sion lasts forever.
Yeah, 0, 6, and 5 on that Sion, but like we've seen over in the NLC, like we've seen from the Baus, we'll always be able to find value. And again, just another objective that UCI are kind of just able to take for free. 0 contest coming out from DIH, and I'm actually a little bit surprised about that.
maybe just being on the back foot, they really had no vision, even in their red side of the map, to be able to step up and try to get.
Going to be jumping in. Explosive charge going to get thrown onto Sanchovies as well. Unstoppable Onslaught going to get pulled, but will be able to jump away in time. Got taken down pretty low pretty quickly, though. And Gorka still doesn't have that Mortal Reminder complete. That armor pen is only going to go up as actually Gorka going to jump right back in, looking for Sanchovies off screen and going to be godlike with that extra kill. And Gorka just playing without any fear at all. But now the team fight starting off on the other side. They're looking for Strumpus, looking for the other tank, but Strumpus is scary, does have the team with them. And now they do have the Arcane Field over top. Perry Jungle taking a lot of time, but Rosethorn is the one that's going to go down instead. And now it's a 4v2. Gorka's on the way. Death Charge is going to land on a Cat Evolve and will be able to trade back by Xiao Danny. And now they're aiming on the back line. Free pass line is going to go down, and Gorka is the last one that still deals damage, or so I thought. But Perry Jungle able to get that kill back, and Gorka still going to be trying to play 1v2, looking for redemption. The bubble is going to land, and Gorka will get shut down. Perry Jungle and Redemption, the nature duo, gonna win out, and just like that, it's an ace for DIH.
The play looked in favor of DIH. They step up confidently to get things started on Strumpus, but Redemption coming at clutch. 3 for 3 on Bubbles during that fight. Found one, and Xiao Danny found 2 on Gorka to clean it up on the backside, but then we got a TP coming in.
Yeah, and that TP's just going to end this play. I mean, a Baron was always going to be very difficult for them. It's just Scion, a tree, and a fish just trying to take it away. They do not have any damage. They need at least the solution or this Talia to be part of that. And I mean, that's going to be a massive fight for them. It did start 4v3 in favor of DIH. Gorka only able to get there much later on in the fight. And Strumpus was already taken down almost entirely when that fight first began. Always going to be a difficult play, but in the end, it was more or less even, just definitely slightly in favor of DIH.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a late rotation here. The Strumpus was about down to 25% health before his team arrived here, but there's that first bubble from Redemption landing onto the Victor, signing up carry number 1, and then on the backside here we go, bubble number 2 on to Gorka, and starts to run away, and here in a little bit we're going to see bubble number 3 come in to close out the fight.
Yeah, and that Bramble Smash coming out from Perry. If that rocket jump did go forward, as we're actually seeing a team fight in the picture, and the Baron actually going the way of UCI, and now the team fight is getting started. Perry is gone, the Chick-fil-A is gone, Xiao Danny's gone, everyone is leaving, but Rosethorn is still looking onto the backline. Cat Evolved is the only survivor, but with the extra little bit of a field, Cat Evolved still trying to run away. Redemption with another bubble, like you mentioned, just going to be quite strong. Seismic Shove not going to be there. Unraveled Earth is already used. Gorka could look for the jump, and the bubble's already gone. Gorka not gonna go with this aggressive play. Another Seismic Shove, another Unraveled Earth, but it's still a 3-4-2, and the Baron going the way of UCI as they get started on their power play.
This game is coming to just its climax. I feel like UCI for the 3rd time gets to an objective first and is able to get the advantage off of it. And then on the backside of all of this fight, we see Gorka and Cat Evolve go head to head as the carries they have been this whole time. We're going to start hitting the highest intensity of this game. On the backside of this, you see carry versus carry, Cat Evolved, Gorka trying to find the Talia.
Yeah, not going to be able to find that kill in the end, but it's still a good spot. But now it's time for the next objective. Dragon spawning in a minute, and it is Soul Point. They're looking over towards Chick-fil-A. Free pass, I'm going to get hit in the back line. They have the size, and they have the burst. They're going to go down immediately, and in the backline, Perry Jungle is going to go down. Now, Xiao Danny trying to chase on a Cat Evolved, and they have more than enough damage to do it. It's a 4-0 play for UCI as Anchovies trying to cut the wave, because that could be an end angle otherwise, but with that, you can get rid of the mid wave, but the bot wave is still going to be available. Finally, Rosethorn gets the kill. It's an ace for Rosethorn, as Rosethorn's just having fun with those clones, and they will look to end the game from this bot lane.
They should have Baron buff on Gorka still, so this should be an end, honestly. Just I want to point out that I think the only people who hit Hums there was Nautilus Cho'Gath. That was almost a 100-0 off of Cho'Gath ultimate alone. And that's why this mid lane, Cho'Gath in the mid game, is so brutal. Can just take one player out with an ultimate if he gets on top of you.
Yeah, and No Arm Watley was talking trash about that Heartsteel coming out from Strumpus, but I mean, so much damage is going to be there, but now the Tidal Wave going to come through, same with the bubble, the culling onto Strumpus. They're trying to prevent the Soul as well, and now they even have Sandtroves coming in, but Redemption getting taken down by the Arcane Storm in the backline, and now they have the depth charge, and Roselord is still in the backline. They're looking for Sandtroves, going to cut them off from the rest of the team. The Dredge line lands onto Hamza. Kadavov, the final survivor, trying to tell the story, but Xiao Danny going to be running them down. They will be able to at least get the Zanyas off, but one more auto from Gorka, and they weren't able to end the game before, but now UCI with the win, going to be 1-0 versus DIH.
This is qualifiers here. It's bloody, it's messy, and we don't even see DIH let UCI back up. They said, no, we're going to fight. As soon as they spawned up, they run to Dragon. They contest the objective. They bit off more than they could chew. UCI going to be closing out this game of a blow for blow as both teams just trying to fight it out, even to the end, going to the fountain to get the kill.
Yeah, trying to pad those stats a little bit, but huge victory for UCI. And we talked about this before with the mechanics on the side of DIH. They should be pretty high level. Hamza's a really strong player. Kadavov's a strong player. Perry Jungle's a strong player. However, UCI have been playing together for so much longer, and it really did seem like, first of all, the matchup in the top lane, Strumpus just kind of schooled Sanchovis, especially in that early game. And then after that, it was just the macro plays coming out from UCI that gave them that lead.
And Strumpus kind of got to reap the harvest he sowed early game. As we got later in those team fights, Cho'Gath's ultimate was just assassinating champions. That's what you can call it. Cho'Gath flashed on top of you and you died. That's an assassination. It happened in 2 seconds. And so he kind of got rewarded for getting the early lead that he had. But another call out is Rosethorn pushing the tempo. Level 2 invade. Got the tempo going, and then off the back of that tempo, we're first to the Drake, we're first to the Atacon, we're first to Baron. They were pushing the tempo, and that's kind of how you win some League of Legends games. If you're first to the objective, sometimes you get it for free, because the other team's just not there to contest.
Yeah, and we even saw that come out twice. They managed to get that third dragon for free. They got the Otacon for free. So UCI, they just know where to be. They know when to be there. And I think that specifically is what really gave them the advantage that was necessary. And I mean, going into this series, I'll be honest, I was not a UCI believer, but right now, dare I say, that game looked a little bit one-sided, despite the gold not being super one-sided for most of that game.
And for having locked in a Lucian Nami, that was a very quiet bot lane. That was a very quiet part of the map. I mean, the earliest fight we saw, I think, was around level 5, and that came off the back of Chick-fil-A landing a dredge line. It wasn't Lucian Nami initiated.
Yeah, there was 2 fights there. I mean, Gorka obviously getting that first blood into Free Palestine, and also getting a second kill onto Redemption. And then after that, that secondary play, I believe, was also engaged by Cerulean. And the only reason that play didn't end up working out is because the rocket jump got canceled by the bubble from Redemption. But had that bubble not landed, I think that would have been even more of a snowball going the way of Gorka. So this bottom lane, which is somewhere where I thought DIH would be able to perform quite well, they're definitely starting to fall behind there.
And as somebody who's more familiar with this team, what do you think is an adaptation we can see come out here from DIH? Because I agree with you. That game felt very one-sided. And so I think during draft, you have to make an adaptation. You have to have a different game plan coming in, because I would not feel confident to run that back and say, we just played it wrong.
I mean, that's the difficult part of it, because I think the main issue with that is they want Sanchovis on someone who's safe, who can kind of tank the pressure, but at the same time, Sion's like the perfect pick for that. Maybe they could start looking for the Ornn, something like that for Sanchovis, and then just try and play entirely over to Kadavov or entirely over to Hamza. And I think that's the play where they could start looking forward for some leads and maybe get him going early. Because in the end of the day, this entire team, they're just mechanically incredibly proficient on DIH. So if you're able to get them those early leads, if you're able to play it kind of like solo queue, where you're just getting that early snowball to the point where it doesn't matter how put together you are as a team, you can come right back. That's kind of the only option I see for DIH.
That's a very great observation there, that they kind of were set up to do what you feel like they needed to do with the Scion pick. The Stromps just coming out different in the tank versus tank matchup. We'll see what happens when we get to that draft, but for now we'll send it a break. Or I think.
Yeah. No, right now we're going to go to a short break. And once we come back, we'll have game number 2. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon.
see you looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side.
All right, and we are back. We're about to head into game number 2 between DIH and UCI, and UCI has the 1-0 lead here. So, Bredicus, what are you looking forward to for the second game?
Momentum is in their favor, so I'm just looking forward to seeing UCI hit the rift and not pull any punches. Gorka and Chick-fil-A, I kind of want to see them get more aggressive in the bot lane. The Nautilus Tristana won that lane, so maybe we just see that happen again. So that's where I would be betting my money. Trying to think of an early ADC pick. I mean, Draven, but like if you leave that on the table, it probably gets picked for hums. So I don't know. That's just my default scaling early game ADC is Draven.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Draven, we saw Gorica play it. Everyone knows that Hamza plays it. Probably one of the most famous Draven players out there, behind only Tyler 1. And I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun to see what they do pick. There are a couple of other aggressive ADC picks, such as Samira, maybe, but I think that might be a little bit too spicy, even for Gorica.
I mean, this is qualifiers, so we're here for the spicy picks. Previously, we got to see the Azir in the top lane, and that's another place that I would wonder if we see something go differently. Is Sanchovy playing something more aggressive, getting a duelist in there, rather than signing up for the tank v tank matchup.
Yeah, and Sanchovi's obviously a very famous Camille player. Mostly plays that on their stream. And again, I think that is also kind of a little disadvantage. I'm going to go a little bit off topic here, but DIH, it's a team of streamers. So a lot of these players are well known. Their champion pools are well known. Whereas the side of UCI, as much as I hate to say it, I doubt that DIH really follows Collegiate. I doubt they really know what a lot of these players do play on their own time and in their competitive series. So it's going to depend on the scouting, but all of the big solo queue champions that DH play, they're front and center. They're on their streams. They're on the clips on Twitter. So I wonder if that's going to be another advantage that UCI is going to be able to have over DIH.
Yeah, talking about Draven, for example, that's very solo QE, that's very snowbally. Even what we just watched was Lucian Nami. That is the bot lane you pick when you're playing with your duo, you're duoing up the ranked ladder and just looking to stomp. And in a competitive format, the other team just kind of nullifies it, doesn't give you a lead, and it falls behind.
Yeah, exactly. But now we are heading into the draft for game 2. And again, as a reminder, I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, are already used to this, but it is Fearless Draft. So any of those champions you see over at the bottom, any of those champions that have been played in game number 1, they're going to be off limits for game 2. And you were talking about the Draven pick, going to be immediately banned away by UCI.
The Draven's taken away, which makes me wonder what other one tricks we're going to see. But I'm surprised to see ADC bans come through, because the jungle pool is what they pinched in game 1. So I was expecting to see some more junglers get taken off the table.
Yeah, I actually agree. It's only going to be the Vi removed for now, but Senna and Varus banned so far for DIH, and there's going to be that other jungler we saw banned away in game number 1. The Volibear is going to be removed, but there's still a lot of picks available. The Xin Zhao is available. That's a pretty common pick, pretty popular right now, but first pick gonna be the Azir. And again, before I always said this is gonna be a Xiao Danny pick, but this is definitely at the very least a flex, if not just straight up a Strompist pick for the Tom lane.
Yeah, it's hard to say, like, in a Fearless format that he's going to be able to play the same champion twice in the same day, but here we are, it's happening. Probably going to be piloting that Azir, as there's the Xin Zhao you were talking about. I wonder if that's going to be answered by a Nefiri here. And it's going to look very similar to a comp that UCI has already piloted. The comfort that will come through here, I would... Poppy, though. Alright, this is a personality thing for me. I think Poppy's the best designed champion in the game. This is my favorite champion. I'm so happy I get to cast it.
That is such a hot take, and I mean, I'm going to ask you to elaborate on that in a second here, but at the same time, it is going to be Rosethorn playing that Poppy, most likely, unless it's Strompist, but the Rel, with that being the third pick, most likely going to be going down to Cerulean, as we see the Alistar and the Yone picked for DIH. But tell me about Poppy. What makes you think this is such a fantastic champion for the League of Legends?
This is a fantastic game to highlight why it's so strong, Alistar, Yone, Zinzao all have dashes, and Poppy negates all of that. I like champions that have a mini game built into the kit. So like Poppy, you like throw the shield and then you have to go fetch it. And you're playing fetch in League of Legends. It's a mini game built into it. So like another one would be Fiora with Vitals. It's a mini game built into the champion. And Poppy has that. You got the ultimate that can just be used so creatively that can have a big impact or a small impact on team fights, but it rewards you for being creative. So there are just a couple of reasons of why I love Poppy so much, and a couple things to pay attention to once we hit the Rift, looking for the big angles with the ultimate. How does Rosethorn utilize that ability? Because it's not very straightforward. And then also just looking for how well is DIH going to respect the Poppy ability and engage when it's off cooldown.
Yeah, and I mean, that's definitely going to be one of those big plays, but a lot of the draft has already come by as well. The Camille will be banned from UCI alongside the Corki, and the Callista Silas banned away from DIH. But what's interesting to me here is Hamza is going to be playing that Ezreal. So maybe has lost a bit of confidence from that game one. This is a very passive AD carry. This isn't someone you're really going to be looking for, but okay, that's a pick. Kale for Sanchovis picked into a Jace. Now, I mean, we're still going to have to see where these are going, because I do think this might be a Jace going top lane. I think Xiaodani does play a little bit of the Jace, but I would definitely be expecting to see the Azir on a Xiaodani for this game, but I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. But the Kale.
We got to talk about it. You got to talk about that Kale pick.
Yeah, so what do you think for this match? How do you think the Kale's going to be coming through?
I love that a little bit you highlighted the passiveness of Ezreal, that maybe Hums has lost a little bit of confidence, because whoever is going to receive that kill pick, whether that's going in the top or mid lane, is going to be the focal point once you get past 20 minutes. That is a carry champion. When you play kill, you're looking to be the main character here, but you have to play it patiently. So it looks like it's going to go over to Sanchovy, going up against that Azir pick. I actually think that's in his favor. Going up against Jace was going to be very, very difficult for Kale. And so it's kind of farm up, play weak side, get to level 16, and then you have absurd damage.
Yeah, and at the same time, Xiaodani going to be piloting that Jace into the Yone. It should be a pretty fun matchup. I mean, these are both really strong champions. These are both going to be able to accomplish quite a bit later on in the game. Cat Evolve is going to be a little bit stronger in the team fights, but Xiaodani going to have that massive poke and burst potential from the Jace. But you said you wanted a little bit of aggression coming out from that bot lane. Do you think Kai'Sa Rel are strong enough for that, or would you have liked to see something a little bit more oomph?
I mean, Kai'Sa Rel is a good amount of oomph, to give the draft some credit here. And it's very similar playstyle. You have Chick-fil-A on an engaged support champion, similar to the Nautilus. So it's looking like a similar blueprint for UCI. Here you have a tank somewhere on the map and then a very aggressive bot lane here. So they're going to be able to be pushing forward. So playing with confidence here for UCI. I'm happy with that one. I'm happy with Rel Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa ability, if you're just a big fan of these people and don't play a lot of League of Legends, the plasma stacking that you get when your support stuns or CCs somebody is kind of what gives Kai'Sa the early game pressure that it has. It's got to be paired up with the right support, and Chick-fil-A has got it in his pocket for this game.
Yeah, and with that, we are on the map. We are here for game number 2 between UCI and DIH. Now, UCI already have the 1-0 lead, and if they're able to win this game, they're going to be going over to that final match to decide if they're going to be going to that promotion tournament right away, or if they have to fight through the lower bracket. But DIH definitely gonna try to prevent that. They're gonna be the ones that want to go up there, as Rosethorn and Perry just gonna be trading a little bit back and forth. But it's also important to note that Poppy is just a massive stat stick down in the early game.
Honestly, when it comes to personality, you gotta love how humble she is. We can all agree she is the hero. That hammer belongs to her, but she's traveling around the Rift trying to figure out who is the hero of Demacia, and we all know that it's her. The personality of that champion is on spot too. I'll stop fangirling now because we got a League of Legends game to watch.
Yeah, and there's going to be plenty of League here to come still. And now this is the bot lane. This is where you said you want to see the action. And Chick-fil-A going to be getting set up, just kind of autoing back onto it. And now they're going to look for redemption. But the headbutt going to prevent the fight from really starting. And it's also going to proc that aftershock. So redemption not going to take as much damage. And again, it's the Alistar. It's important to note that there will be a little bit of that regen coming in passively once those minions go down. But Gorka with the level 2 priority coming in soon. One more minion could look for the fight, but Free Palestine and Redemption playing far back enough that they're not going to get jumped.
The auto attack battle of support versus support was not on my bingo card for this game. I thought Gorka was going to get more involved there, but really it was just Chick-fil-A and Redemption auto attack trading there. And Rel came out on top of that, the bonus armor, and that got the pressure. They've got control of this lane. And we'll have to see who on the map for DIH is going to try to make something happen, because it's not happening in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to have to be around Perry Jungle. And I mean, Xin Zhao is a perfect pick for it. Just needs a little bit of setup, but then after that can just play full aggro. It is definitely that champion that's created not to get ahead themselves, but to help the team along. And now there is a slight roam coming up from Cerulean over towards the mid lane, but just going to clear away that ward. And actually cannon missed by Xiao Danny, so that's going to be a little bit of gold going wayside as Cat Evolved doing quite well here in the mid lane.
One thing to highlight just on the map is the CS difference already happening in the top side. Stromps has not slowed down the tempo. It feels like the whole evening already has the kill pushed underneath tower and starting to punish getting the CS lead up there, which is very big because Kale needs to get gold in their pocket to get to their 2-item spike. Small detail when it comes to the meta, we might have a fight, so I'm going to not talk about that.
Here it is going to be Cerulean, but Perry Jungle going to be there, going to be able to get that knock up as well. But in the meanwhile, First Blood going to be going over to Rosethorn. They're going to be able to take down Cat Evolved early, and I mean, there's a lot of pressure in that mid lane. Cat Evolved may have been playing just a little bit too far up, so big First Blood going over to UCI.
Off the back of the Poppy pick, I could not have been more excited for that. The tackle into the wall, securing the kill here, and then there was really just no answer on the other side of it for DIH. So it's just First Blood gotten for free here.
Yeah, and with that, they're still kind of really building their lead. 800 gold, and I assume a decent chunk of that is just going to be Strompus over the top side, but I mean, getting that First Blood with an assist as well, it's going to be a decent amount of gold going the way of UCI, and it did unfortunately go to Rosethorn, and as much as you love the Poppy, and we all get it, but it's definitely not the best place to put your gold. You would definitely have preferred that onto Xiao Danny in that play, but a kill's a kill, and an assist is an assist. Is now Gorka gonna be trading back and forth. They're looking towards redemption. The Ignite's on the way. One more auto. Gorka's gonna be able to get the kill, but now Hamza gonna be able to trade it back, and it's a 1-for-1 so far. But now Hamza, level 4, has a lot of HP still. Gonna flash and will get stunned up, but should be able to secure this kill. It's a 2-for-1 over in the bot lane as Hamza really getting that play going.
There is some tension relieved and some gold in somebody's pocket for DIH, and it's on this Ezreal pick. Honestly, if Ezreal is able to get up and going, get to the 2-item spike, that will be a lot of map control around objectives as Ezreal will poke people out. So if they play this slow down the tempo, DIH might be in a comfortable spot for this game.
Yeah, I mean, DIH definitely having the gold on the carry, it's going to help out a lot, but Gorka still managed to get something, and it's going to help out a lot as well. There's also the Cull stacking onto Gorka, so that's going to be a lot more gold that's going to be able to come in later, but now the Dragon has spawned, both teams kind of starting to position for it, but it's still a little bit early in the game. Without a big pickoff, could definitely be dangerous to go as Cat Evolved gonna aggress immediately, but now they have the stun. Rosethorn looking for Cat Evolved, but the Fate Sealed gonna get Cat Evolved back to safety, and the headbutt onto Chick-fil-A going to put them in a dangerous spot, and Redemption gonna be able to just walk it out, but Flash burned. Same with that, but Perry now going to be going in with a 3-town strike, but another stun coming in from Cerulean, and Perry will be able to run away. Feats of Warfare going the way of DIH. They're able to trade back on Redemption, and now Gorka is here. Could be looking over for Katabov. Just needs a couple more hits, and will be able to get it. A couple more autos. And on top of that, Strompist is here now for some reason. Gonna be able to take down Perry, and it's gonna be a massive win going over to UCI.
Playing on a knife's edge, though, for DIH. You see Cat Evolved go down to about 5% health and still steps back up with confidence to participate in the fight. It's Perry goes in to keep the fight going and flashes out, comes back in with the little health bar, and you say it's a big win for UCI, but I honestly, it took all 5 members of UCI to collapse to win that fight. That leaves Ezreal and that leaves Kale to free farm.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a solid point, but we're watching that fight, and Perry gets so low. Rosethorn almost able to get the kill as well, but the Triumph proc definitely keeping Perry alive. And actually, we'll also give enough HP to get Xiao Danny down, but now the next fight is starting. Redemption looking for the trample, but it's going to be a steal. Rosethorn able to get the dragon. Now Perry going to be the main target. Xiao Danny just going to be autoing onto it. Perry's going to go down, and after that, Catapult's going to follow, and Gorka with another kill for themselves, and the Hextech Dragon going the way of UCI. And if that first fight was not UCI favorite, this one definitely is.
Yeah, there's no time for Ezreal to free farm off of
now
that
Gorka
one.
can jump on as well. Gonna be forced to use that killer instinct, but the stuns are just gonna be there, and Gorka is still trying to auto back and actually gets a wild shattering strike. Gorka able to get the kill onto Hamza. Are you kidding me? That shattering strike shield break just coming out clutch into that barrier. Just playing the absolute limits. Are you kidding?
I don't think this was on stream. I think this was during one of our breaks. You were talking about how these challenger players will just walk up and play on the smallest advantage and bite down on it. And we see Gorka and Chick-fil-A do it. Like, Kaisa looks like she's caught out, but they keep going and they get rewarded with the kill for it.
Yeah, and I mean, whenever you see that cult pick over in the bot lane, it's usually pretty greedy. Because a lot of the time, it's not gold efficient until you finish the stack. So you're definitely going to be weaker in these fights. But despite going cull, 4-1-0 on Gorka already has the completed static shiv. So this is going to be a very powerful Kaisa. It's going to be scaling extremely quick, and we'll still have that extra gold coming in from the call later on.
That is the early game pressure. They did it with Tristan and Alice. Now they're doing it with Rel, Kaisa. Gorka and Chick-fil-A are ready to champion this series and just say, we're the players, we're the star players to get us to that round of 4.
Yeah, and during that play, they were also able to get all 3 grubs on that top side. So that's going to be a lot more pressure in the mid to late game that's going to be available for UCI. And despite all that, we're starting to see CS deficits kind of across those solo lanes. Strompist up almost a bit more than 20. And Xiao Danny also up 10 into Katabov. I mean, 1-3-2 in Katabov. The team fights just have not been going the way of this Yone. Had to use that Fate Seal defensively so many times that it does seem like they are targeting this Yone a little bit.
The smallest amount of copium, to go back to it for DIH, is that kill pick. The reason this pick is so strong right now is Deathcap, Lichbane, and Nash's Tooth all got reduced gold cost. So it takes less time to come online here. So even though
They're going to be going into the top, but immediately going to get shoved back. And that's just going to be it. No play going to be found there, but at least going to be able to buy a little bit of time for Sanchovis to be able to farm back up.
And that's it. At this point, you kind of lean into that heavily. Get your Ezreal and kill, kind of hover them, protect them so that they're able to farm up. Because the amount of gold that UCI has at this point, they'll dive. They're going to start diving towers. They're going to start going for very, very aggressive plays, and even farming is going to become dangerous.
And that's kind of the issue. And right now they are scaling up further and further into the game as Gorka going to use that killer instinct. Flash going to be forced out of Hamza. And that's still going to be half the HP gone from this Ezreal. And now UCI Chick-fil-A going to be behind enemy lines. They're going to be able to see this Ezreal. There's nowhere for Hamza to go. And now this is where the team fight could start. TP is going to be coming out, though. Ignite already thrown out. One more auto is needed, and not going to be coming out yet. Still alive, but Rosethorn with a heroic charge going to be able to get the kill. Magnustorm in the back line. Catavov has already used the Fate Seal. Not going to be able to use that in the fight, but will still jump in. Looking over for Cerulean and will go down. But now Gorka kind of stuck between everyone. Strumpus needs to get away. And what started as a dive for UCI ended up as a big play for DIH, as now they're looking for the third. But Xiao Danny gonna be able to get that massive shock blast over top everyone. And now they're looking for Catavov, but the ultimate's gonna be coming down. As Anchovy's going to be able to get a kill. Perry going to get another. And Strumpus still trying to get something. Jumping on a Catavov. So many plays. So many low health bars. But it's not enough. Looking for Anchovies. And another shutdown goes to this Kale.
Oh man, I had so many question marks going off in my head that's a Kale TPing into this fight. But it paid off. Sanjovi held the ultimate for so long, and finally at the end of it uses it to keep Cat evolved. And we're going to see the whole play here on the replay here. And you just see everybody on the map start to collapse to this fight. First person to fall is going to be that Ezreal, as that's who they went onto the dive. But they used ultimates. Everybody's health bar is low at this point, and the backups arrive.
Yeah, and it seems to me like they focused a little bit too much on diving Catavov instead of protecting Gorica. Now, Xiao Danny was also the last to arrive, and I think that did definitely change things a little bit. But, I mean, at the end, once they got to the setup, it was already a pretty big lead coming out. And then once that Divine Judgment comes out, going to be able to protect their team. Strumpus almost manages to bring this play back, but still, really well found, really well played by DIH.
There's that Kale damage on the E, the execute, one of the abilities that makes Kale so strong. Just take down Strumpus before one more auto attack would have had Stromps walking away as the winner. Just one more auto attack. That's how close these fights have been. One auto attack makes a difference.
Yeah, but now we're getting set up. The Dragon is up. And it looks like UCI has already started on it. And we saw this in game 1 as well, where every now and then UCI just kind of walk up and take an objective. There's not too much pressure on the map either. They just found the rotations. They know that DIH is on the reset. And with that, they're going to be able to get the kill. They're going to be able to get first turret over in the bot lane. And that's going to be Feats going the way of UCI.
Do you think feats are still, I guess, like valuable here? I don't feel like I have seen the teams really going aggressive for that, like, kind of first 3 kills point. Like, it's not a very big goal for teams to acquire the 3 feats.
I think that feats are just something that you give extra near the end. Because, I mean, the dragons themselves are worth quite a bit. The kills themselves are worth quite a bit. You always want first turret anyway. So it's just kind of the little cherry on top to give you a reward for your play in the early game. But now, over in the bot lane, they're looking towards Catavov. Going to use a heroic charge immediately. Shock Blast not going to land. But now, going to dodge away on the Fate Seal, so it's not going to land. But they still have the move speed to chase down. And just need a little bit more damage, just trying to get away. And Catavov buying a lot of time. Going to dodge away on the Shock Blast, trying to trade with Xiao Danny. But one more auto will be enough. And Xiao Danny gets that pick onto Catavov. Oh, but looks like White Blood over Rosethorn. Going to be looking for Perry. They have... Oh, never mind. The Keeper's Verdict just going to stop that fight. Going to be a little bit ping. I think that was meant to be the small Keeper's Verdict, not that full charge. But, I mean, either way, they're going to be able to get mid-turret because of that extra pressure. And now they're going to start roaming up to that top lane.
Almost like candy. They grabbed Dragon 2 minutes ago. They grabbed Bot Tower 2 minutes ago. Now they grab the mid tower. They rotate up. They're going to get the Rift Herald. They're just grocery shopping right now. They're walking down the aisle. They see a neutral objective, grab it off the shelf. They see tower, grab it off the shelf. They saw Rift Herald, just grabbed it off the shelf. They're just walking away with it. This is theft at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing extremely well here. I mean, they're just getting every single objective. They're almost 3.5k gold up. I'm not going to exaggerate for effect here, but they're in a really solid spot on the side of UCI. They're scaling up. The only question mark there is going to be Sanchovies on that KO later on. So it will be a little bit scary for them if Sanchovis is able to get those items, is able to kind of scale up later on. But if they're able to just keep this pace going, I think that UCI may even have a pretty clean win in this game number 2.
It's been clean so far. There's going to be a small moment here. There's no more objectives to walk away with here for UCI. So it's going to be the farming game here for probably the next 2 minutes. And the big question mark becomes, what do junglers and supports do during this downtime? Laners are going to have to set up, collect the waves. And it's going to be down to junglers and supports to look for a creative angle, try to make something happen here to get some more gold here and not just let it be a farm fest.
Yeah, and I mean, that could have been an opportunity. Looking for Stromp is just kind of poking the bear with Perry, but we'll be able to dash away in time. And actually stopping the recall is going to be pretty big because now they're going to be able to summon that Rift Herald over in the bot lane. They're going to get the tier 2, and frankly, they could keep pushing in with it. They could look for that extra charge, but Smite should be available. And actually, I'm surprised Rothor didn't get into that. That could have been really dangerous, but is just gonna take the ride down into the mid lane. As you see the picture-in-picture, Strump is going to be able to get the kill onto Sanchovis. Both sides flashing there, but the charge will still land on the mid tier 2 as well. Just so much value from UCI across the map. They're winning in every single lane right now.
It looks like UCI are the ones who got creative, found a way to make a play happen using that Rift Herald. Grand Rift Auto there, getting it to get to both lanes there. They're pushing the tempo even farther. I wonder if they're going to keep pressing forward. They're not. They're backing off right now. But I was curious if they're going to really try to get that mid lane tower there down before Dragon spawns up. Getting tier 2 would have given them control basically over the entire red side, or a blue side quadrant.
They're going to be looking over for Cat Evolve. They're going to have the heroic charge, but TP forced out of Sanchovis. And now they're looking for the extra play. So much burst damage onto Cat Evolve. Just trying to get a little bit of poke, maybe getting something started for the team, but not going to be able to find it there. So, like you said, Dragon's going to be spawning in about 25 seconds. And UCI, knowing them, they're going to be there quite soon. Unless they're just going to try to shut down Sanchovis, who almost has that death cap. But now Perry Jungle going to get started onto Xiao Danny. They're going to be fighting back and forth. The Crescent Guard is already going to be used by Gorka. Now going to be here. Xiao Danny, they have so much damage. Hamza's going to be here as well. And now they have the Killer Instinct, but Gorka, 1v3, still trying to trade back and forth. As now Rosethorn is coming in from the side. Heroic charge, almost enough damage. And the last little bit of damage is there for Rosethorn. Looking over for Hamza as well. Barrier going to get popped. Same with the flash. Fate Seal from Katamov just diving onto Gorka. And now they're looking over top. And Gorka will go down. Redemption's able to get it. But there's nowhere for this Alistair to go. Strumpus feels like beef today. And it's going to be a 2-for-2. Kind of tied. But the health bar is favoring UCI.
Yeah, they didn't get to the objective first. It was actually Perry, the first one around that dragon area. But still, it was all of UCI running to the pit. Even though Perry started the fight, it's the UCI team get together as a 5-man first and just turn the fight around. Gorka kind of surviving that 1-on-3 for a long time, allowing his team to get them and then get the backup to secure the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's still an even trade, 2-for-2, but the Dragon gonna be going the way of UCI. But here we see the fight breaking through, and Perry just immediately gonna dive onto Xiao Danny, just gonna fully burst down. This Xin Zhao is so good in those all-in fights, but Rosethorn will come in through the side and just kind of splits up the fight, kind of lets Gorka and Chick-fil-A back into the fight, but with Cat Evolve there, it's very difficult for them to get ahead.
Yeah, and you see how long Gorka just stayed barely out of range, like didn't recall, didn't back down, but just waited for backups to arrive, and then was a key player here as Atacon is going to be the pressure point. We finally have it. DIH is the first one to a neutral objective here, and they might go down. Poppy's going for the steal, but can't find
the
Keeper's verdict.
Going to be there. Cat Evolve starting to get low, but already going to have the Divine Judgment. Cat Evolve with the Fate Seal, not going to come out in time. Crescent Guard has already been used as they're able to land it, and now they're going to push them all back, but Perry just going to use the Audacious Charge to get right back over the wall. Shockwave not going to land, as actually another shutdown goes the way of Sanchovis, and Perry and Hamza, they're just going fully in. Gorka trying to get something to happen. We'll be able to trade back, but that's still an ace twice going for DIH.
That kill is online. A quadra kill for Sanchovy.
Yeah, and I mean, Sanchovis is going to be so strong now. Has that full death cap, has that full Gnasher's Tooth. And after that fight, wouldn't be surprised to see another item coming through. And almost at that level 16 as well. I mean, tell me about this fight here.
Keeper's Verdict here is kind of blown very early, and they kind of go for it, going for a Cat Evolved, but there it is, the ultimate coming out from Kale to keep them alive. But right here, Redemption over the wall, 3-person, and then pops the Alistar ultimate, so he lasts for so long, gives them time to buy the space, and now Hums has nobody to zone him away. He starts to poke people down, and the Kale execute on the E, just close it out the rest of the fight. Gorica is hoping for the hero play to make a difference there.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it will not. But the UCI still definitely have a win condition getting close to them. They're almost on that soul. Just need one more dragon, 2.5 minutes until it does spawn. But with the Otacon going the way of DIH, it's going to be so much harder for them to try these fights. The gold lead is mostly gone. It's only 1.5k left. But again, at 22 minutes, 1.5k stops mattering, especially when most of that gold is on Sanchovis.
As brutal as the early game is, look at the scoreboard. It's 17-17. Our gold graph has kind of just flipped around. We're back to equal despite how strong the early game was.
Yeah, and one thing that is a little bit interesting to me here is Gorica has gone for that Gnasher's Tooth, so should have those full evolutions on all 3 abilities. So this Kaisa is fully online now with that reset. It's going to be a pretty big power spike for them. And actually, a lot of their champions starting to get close to that 3-item power spike. If they're able to get it right as the dragon spawns, it's going to be a very, very big power moment for UCI.
But on the other side, you have Kale approaching 3 items also. So kind of just as scary. Do you think that UCI has the stronger team comp? Like, if everybody got to 3 items, who has the stronger comp?
I mean, that's... At just 3 items, I do think UCI should still be able to take the fights, but once we start getting over to 6, I think that's where DIH is really going to be able to come out on top. But a big part of it's also going to be the setup. I think whoever's first to the objective is going to have the big advantage there. Because the Azir and the Jace, they're both really good at holding objectives. With a W evolve for Gorica, going to be able to hold that as well. But at the same time, DH, they have the Ezreal, they have the Kayle. Playing into them is so difficult, trying to walk into the objective so hard, but because UCI has always been first to the objective, I'm still favoring them for these next few fights.
That's what I was thinking when you're talking about it's going to come down to who gets to the objective first. That's been demonstrated for us who's been able to do that so far in the series. So DIH kind of need to step up here and make a big difference. I'm excited to see Redemption, what he's able to do in that previous fight with the 3-man stun. Has been a very crucial part of team fights here, even previously on the Nami, consistent bubbles. So I'm excited to see what he's able to do here right now. It's getting the vision set up here. It's such an intense moment. We're about to see a big fight break out here as both teams have done a good job of having vision established here. That people should have a decent amount of information. It's going to be a pretty classic front-to-back team fight versus somebody getting picked off.
Yeah, but now the power spike is finally there for Sanchovis. Sanchovis hit that level 16. And as we know, that Divine Ascent really going to be powerful now. And the Dragon is already started. Katavov going to be able to get that. But it looks like UCI, they don't want the Dragon. They were kind of pinging towards that Baron, playing towards that top side. But instead, Stromp is going to be able to take that tier 2. So 1 Dragon for tier 2 might be okay for UCI. But it is worrisome that they're kind of giving these away without a fight.
I don't know how I missed this, but they're on Soul Point. UCI is going to be forcing every 5 minutes. DIH has to do something to answer the objective, or else it's Dragon Soul, which is huge, as that recall did not go through.
Yeah, I think what the play was from UCI is they were pinging towards that Baron, but I don't think they realized that Cat Evolved started on that Dragon as soon as it spawned. Now Gorica getting jumped in. Killer Instinct almost goes down, and actually Red Buff overpowered, gonna be able to take down Gorica. and now they could look for more. The Baron is available. Shao Danny is trying to push on the side, but Rosethorn already taken down to half HP, and Baron will immediately get started, and it doesn't look like anyone from UCI is going to try contesting it. The recall is going to be coming through from Rosethorn, and that's going to be a major swing in terms of pressure in favor of DIH.
It happened right under my nose. There is that explosive kill damage that just forces Gorka to pop the ultimate and then still go down. DIH is online here.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a very strong spot. I mean, Perry has definitely helped weather a lot of that early game. And because of the pressure that Perry's been able to accomplish, now Sanchovis is online. Hamza at 3 items also going to be online. Cat Evolved about to hit those 3 items. Not fully online yet, but I mean, with the Baron push, should definitely be able to get to that state.
Complimented UCI for having the early pressure here in the bot lane, but now we're starting to see the con of that. The weak point of Kaisa is how short-ranged she is. And you're going to be stepping up into the range of a Kayle, into the range of an Ezreal. This game is going to be difficult for Gorka.
Yeah, definitely. And they don't have that strong of a dive comp, but now they're going to split up the fight. It is going to be on to 4, but now in the meanwhile, Fate Seal does go over to the backline, and Chick-fil-A got to go down first. Redemption tanking forever, and the damage just isn't being dealt. The Emperor's Divide going to try to split up the fight, but they just don't have the DPS. Perry and Redemption are just so tanky, just standing in the front, and they just don't have the follow-up necessary yet. The Void Seekers are starting to land, but without that full AP comp, isn't quite as strong as Cat Evolved. Going to be going in again. Shadowny looking for Cat Evolved upon the land. Will be able to get that kill, but instead it's going to trade for Strumpus. It's going to trade for Gorica, and with that, a DIH, this could be an end angle for them.
There's a crucial point. This is a best of 3, so you cannot lose this game if you want to keep moving forward in the tournament. And Kayle comes through. Sanchovi says, give me the champion. I will be the person to make the difference. And he's doing it here. There were some key plays coming out from UCI. Rosethorn, I'm just going to pause now as we have 5.
They're going to be starting to fight underneath the tower. The Crescent Guard gonna try to buy some time, but Perry's still gonna be going down. Hamza starting to get a little bit low as well, but Danny gonna be able to dodge away from Hamza's Mystic Shot, as now Rosethorn dodging in, but we'll be able to get the slow on Hamza. But this is where the Ezreal really starts playing well, just trying to kite backwards, but the movement speed coming out, the heroic charge, and the blink gonna be coming out though in response for the Ezreal, but Divine Judgment has been forced away. Cat Evolved also TP's in, but no objectives are up. Despite getting that 2-for-0, UCI not going to be able to accomplish more than just saving their game, at least for the moment.
They knew that UCI knows the position that they're in. They try to utilize Keeper's Verdict to send somebody out of the team fight. If they sign up for a 5v5, they will get outdamaged by this kill. They have to find a pick. They have to open up the map a pick. Try to find 2v2s, 3v3s, find a pick. If it is a full 5v5, you're losing that 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about this earlier. Sanchovis needed to be able to get to the late game, and that was kind of the worry, whether UCI was going to let them. But right now, the richest member on the map is incredibly powerful already. 4 full items, and especially with that Zhonya's, it's so difficult to dive onto the backline and take down Sanchovis. And the amount of DPS that's coming through from it is going to be extreme. I mean, this DIH lineup is entirely online. I think their only hope is a Dragon Soul, but with Kayle as strong as she is now, even the Soul might not be enough anymore for UCI.
Yeah, the hope is just starting to trickle out of this game, because you have Zhonya's on Sanchovi, so if you dive on Sanchovi, he just goes into the Unvulnerable. If you dive on somebody else, you have Divine Judgment come through, and they're going to be invincible. So dive isn't an angle, honestly. The hope is just starting to trickle.
Oh, Danny. But this might actually be Hamza and Perry in a bad spot. Danny may have gone in a little bit too early, but Rosethorn is going to be here now. Has the heroic charge. True Shot Barrage going to come out over top. But instead, with the heroic charge, they're going to be there as well. And now they will take down Hamza, but it's traded for Chick-fil-A. And now Gorka's going to go down. Sanchovis is here. The DPS has arrived. And it's a 2-for-1 in favor of DIH. and they're going to be able to get this team fight. And at this point, it looks like UCI just cannot be part of these fights anymore.
The hope just went down into the negatives, in my opinion, because that play, I thought that was it. You have Gorka fly over the top, you find your pick, it's not a 5v5, but still, they lasted for so long that Sanchovy arrived and the team fight just flips in favor of DIH. I don't know how UCI can bring this game back.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be uphill, and right now we see DIH, they're just going to be riding through the bot lane. Probably won't have time to end. They could try to force it anyway. They are really strong right now, but at the very least, they'll secure their second inhibitor of the game, and just more and more pressure coming out of these lanes over towards UCI. Now, Rosemar might be trying to at least cancel their recalls, at least try and delay their time if they could push out these lanes a bit more, but should be able to see on Void Seeker is going to be able to land. They're just kind of slowly but surely pushing them back. More Void Seekers landing over top. I'm going to hit Terry this time. So Gorka will still be able to get that reset. One more send for fun. They're going to be out of range though. But
At what point does DIH just turn around and say, let's fight?
and now apparently Redemption going to be going down. Will be able to pull out the Unbreakable Will, but neither side really full commit yet. But Redemption definitely the one that went a little bit more aggro there. Now another Void Seeker gonna be able to land onto the back line. Redemption even kind of forced to flash the wall. I'm not sure if that was a Hex Slash or not. Was right outside.
Oh, that was a flash. That was a flash.
Oh, that was a flash. Yeah, that's a big cooldown to lose on your Alistair. It is one of the big forms of engagement that they do have on DIH.
We've talked about the kill enough. We have now talked about Strongster. Strongfist. Much of this game, as Zer is approaching 6 items, and he's known to be a late game carry almost all the time in competitive League of Legends. He's known to be a get to 6 items and we win the game champion. We'll have to see how fast can Azir do this for Aaron.
Yeah, and that's going to be pretty fast, but Rosethorn actually going to try and send people away with the keeper. And now the team fight is starting. They're able to burst the Redemption, and now they step on to 3. This is how they need to win the game. Gorka's still alive. Sanchovy is down. It's a 4-0 Perry trying to run away. Could try to get back on Gorka, but with the killer instinct, UCI, they did it! They got the one fight they needed. Gonna march through the mid lane, and I think they have more than enough time. This is a 2-0. And UCI, they're going to the upper bracket finals.
So just like that, in seconds, Chile against the 3-person Rel combo, and how far is this appeared? I think it was Strampus coming through to follow up on that combo, and it felt like the entire team of DIH just disappeared from the rift after that. It was only Perry holding on to hope, trying to get to the ADC, trying to make sure they don't have tower damage. It's just too late. I am flabbergasted. What a crucial play from Chick-fil-A to win out on a game that felt hopeless.
And you know what it was that really started that play? It was them just chasing onto them. Redemption didn't have flash and got the Unbreakable Will forced out. None of those cooldowns were up in time for that fight. So typically when they burn everything on that Alistair, it's not enough. The Alistair survives, and then the Pulverize comes out, then the Trample comes out, and just so much stuns going left and right. But this time they were able to take them down, use less resources to do it, and then after that, obviously, Cerulean managed to get 3 in the Magnustorm and got that Shattering Strike on everyone, crashed down, just full stun, and that's all she wrote. UCI, they're going to advance with that quick 2-0.
It was hard fought after this game. I love looking at this gold graph to see just how far out of this game they were, and it just flipped around in a matter of seconds. And it was, another thing I want to highlight is it was what they've been doing so well the entire night. They rotated the Baron buff. DIH is trying to catch up to them, get to that buff, just trying to get vision on it, and that's where they pulled the trigger, is when they got to the objective first.
Exactly, and that's kind of what UCI has been really good at, really, even in collegiate. And one big thing I want to point out there as well is it's a pretty common thing where there's 2 types of Baron plays. There's the Baron turn play, and there's the Baron play. Now, with the Baron play is you're just there, you're going to burst it down, you're going to get that buff for your team. Great, fantastic. But the Baron turn play, that's what UCI did in that last fight. They had no intention of taking that Baron. They were only going to take it if it ended up being free. They were just holding it low HP, just slowly DPSing it down. Strompus didn't use that many soldiers either. And because of that, Brosarn coming in from behind, going to be able to start that fight. And then they were just able to smash open DIH. And with that, it's a 2-0 win. I mean, really well played from UCI.
Yeah, they earned their spot going forward in the bracket here. Hard fought. We thought this might be their hardest opponent, and it didn't feel close.
No, definitely not. But with that, I believe that is going to be it for the day. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you for watching this Titan cast of the OQs. We will be back next weekend as well. We don't know what matches it's going to be quite yet, but if it's as entertaining as these two series we've had today, it's definitely worth not missing it. Leave a follow for this channel, and we'll see you next weekend. Have a good night.
Good night, y'all.
peekaboo. I see you looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
to protect your soul.